Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Born Cold and Ruthless? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Location: Tokyo, Midoriya Residence. Date: 09/01/20XX. Be careful. With his hand already on the doorknob, ready to leave the house, Izuku turned his head over his shoulder toward his mother. Careful? He raised an eyebrow, confused. Careful, exactly with what? The still beautiful and slender woman let out a weary sigh before meeting his eyes again. I just saw on the news that once again heroes and villains decided to turn your route to school into a civil war zone. Oh, there was the reason. So, even if you end up getting to Aldras a bit late, I'd rather you take a different route to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, she flashed him a teasing smile. I imagine your grades are good enough that arriving a little after the bell won't be a problem, right? Huh. He didn't need words to answer that kind of provocation. Instead, he closed his eyes with a grin full of mockery, the kind that silently screamed a victorious yes. Mum, please. You of all people should know this world will meet its end long before I ever have a single red mark on my perfect report card. That's not going to happen. It never will. And do you know why? Because I'm fucking awesome. For several seconds, the room fell completely silent. Only the sound of the curtains swaying in the breeze and the ticking of the clock could be heard. It felt like hours before Inko's incredulous expression slowly turned into a grimace, and then laughter burst freely through the house. Unbelievable. Oh my God. I couldn't have asked for a more arrogant son. The gesture was mirrored by Izuku. When she finally composed herself, or at least tried to, still laughing a little, Inko looked at him and winked. I honestly wonder who the hell you take after to act like that. Not that I'm complaining. I mean, better a cocky smart kid than a humble idiot? She brought her thumb to her chin. Well, maybe something in between would be ideal, huh? They chatted for a few more seconds before he said goodbye, opened the door, and stepped outside. Hands in his pockets, he lifted his gaze to the clear blue sky, his hair gently tousled by the chilly morning breeze. Guess the weather forecast was wrong. He adjusted his backpack, walked through the gate, and started down the street. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "Heroes and villains, huh? Even nowadays, it's still amazing, not to say the exact opposite, to see how our society ended up like this. A world where 80% of people are born with some kind of special ability, and the supernatural has become the new normal, forever changing the course of humanity. From the moment a single Chinese baby was born with the power to emit light, a day now known by scientists as Day Zero, the planet changed. That child wasn't special, nor a terrifying isolated case as people initially thought. Just days later, superpowers began appearing all over the world without any logical explanation. Before anyone could even comprehend it, the fantastic was no longer fantastic. In just the blink of an eye, we became a society of superhumans. And obviously, Izuku looked to his left, stretched out his hand, and pulled toward him a small pebble that had been 20 meters away. I wasn't an exception to this new rule. And every great change always brings a new kind of evil. With the emergence of these powers, later named quirks, the global crime rate skyrocketed, plunging countries into chaos. Evil had never shone so brightly. That baby was branded by religious zealots as the devil's messenger, the Antichrist, Satan, and worse, dividing the world into countless factions, each fighting for their own beliefs. When war and despair seemed irreversible, a new profession arose to fight these so-called bioterrorists. The superheroes. Men and women of steel-like resolve stood up from the shadows, not just to fight, but to resurrect a word long forgotten by those who still lived. Izuku stopped walking and glanced to his right. A dense column of black smoke was rising between distant buildings. So that's where the fight's happening? He could make out a true giant battling 3 or 4 pro heroes. He merely shrugged. Nowadays, being a hero is the dream job of every young person. And for Midoriya, though his reasons may not be the noblest, the statement isn't much different. Hashtag. Location, Aldra Junior School. Date, 09/01/20XX. Even after taking a longer route than usual, he still managed to arrive before the first bell. In fact, at that moment, he was one of the few students in the classroom. Clearly, his grades had a reason. There's truly nothing worse than someone who's both arrogant and competent. He set his backpack on the desk, pulled out his chair, and sat down just as the door swung open and a certain blonde with fiery red eyes burst in yelling something at his 2 loyal lackeys. Izuku sighed. Loud as ever! Exclamation point. Did he hear that? Even though he had basically whispered it to himself? Well, judging by the fact that Katsuki had just flipped him off, probably. Since childhood, Izuku chuckled. He's always had this sixth sense for anyone saying his name. A few minutes later, the classroom was full and the teacher stood at the front, ready to begin another, normal, day of class. As normal as things could be, anyway. So, he looked around. You're all now 3rd years, which means it's that dreaded time in life when we must start thinking seriously about our futures. Then again, he paused halfway through the sentence, intentionally, and the whole class instantly caught the hint. You guys? With a grin, he tossed a stack of pamphlets into the air. Plan to apply for hero courses, don't you? Yes. Everyone except Izuku and Katsuki shouted at once, activating their quirks in a chorus of excitement that echoed beyond the classroom walls. The teacher spread his arms. Yes, I get it. You're all excited, and your quirks are really impressive, but keep in mind that using your powers at school is strictly forbidden. In the not-so-distant past, many unpleasant accidents had happened. And we don't want everything turning red again, right? And also, his gaze drifted toward a certain blonde boy who seemed utterly disinterested, slouched in his chair, legs on the desk, staring out the window as if the entire class didn't exist. From what I've heard, Bokogu-kun. The moment his name was mentioned, he returned to reality. You plan to take the UA entrance exam, right? The whole class froze, all eyes on him. U.A? The #1 school in the country? With the lowest acceptance rate? That only accepts heirs from elite families? One of the top 5 hero academies in the world, that trained a Dulat and All Might? Incredible. Well, it is Katsuki-san we're talking about. Yeah, if it's him, it's actually possible he'll pass. A smug smile crept across his face. Possible? What the hell are you talking about? He jumped onto his desk. I aced the mock exam. With growing arrogance, he pointed at himself with his thumb. In this dump of a school, Aldra, I'm the only one with a real shot at UA. No. Not just that. He envisioned All Might's back. I'll surpass him. Stretching his arms wide, he shouted, I'll surpass the one known as #1 and become the greatest hero in Japan. Oh, here we go again. We're screwed. Now he won't stop talking. Well, who told you all to feed his ego? Damn it, my ears. Very admirable goals. Bokogu-kun, said the teacher. I'm sure this society will be in great hands someday. By the way, he subtly shifted his gaze toward Izuku. If I'm not mistaken, Midoriya also plans to apply to UA, right? Exclamation point. Hearing that, Katsuki, still standing on his desk, grin twitching, slowly turned his head toward his childhood friend. Izuku? Izuku hadn't been paying much attention, actually. He'd been staring out the same window as Bokogu. Only when he felt everyone's eyes on him did he look forward. You also plan to take the UA entrance exam in 10 months, correct? He nodded. Yes. Bokogu just said he wants to surpass All Might, but what about you? Is there a special reason you want to join UA? A source of inspiration? A childhood dream? Or maybe just the desire to follow in the footsteps of the top 5 heroes? Those were all very noble reasons, sure, but It's nothing that grand or worth shouting from the rooftops, sensei. But since you asked, well, no point in lying. I want money. Silence. A deafening, awkward silence filled the classroom. Only the ticking clock could be heard. And for Katsuki to be speechless? That said it all. Come on, seriously? He leaned back in his chair. Obviously, I'm not denying there are good-hearted people out there who genuinely want to save others without expecting anything in return but a smile and some tears of gratitude for the life they protected. These people, these rare humans, are incredible, spectacular, and they deserve the world's respect. But, let's not be idiots or naive. The moment the word hero becomes a profession, a new meaning is created, a meaning that quickly turned into the standard for our society. Today's pro-heroes, the vast majority of them work for fame, money, and pop star lifestyles. I don't have the character of a hero, nor the desire to be one. Under normal circumstances, why would I put my one and only life on the line to save someone I didn't even know existed until a minute ago? You'd have to be an idiot. A beautiful, reckless idiot. A crazed, messed up lunatic. Where's the reward? What's the reason? Life, despite resembling comic books sometimes, definitely isn't a comic where everything wraps up in a happy ending. The government knows that it had to create the profession of hero. If there wasn't a reward behind it, nobody would willingly step onto a battlefield. It wasn't worth it before. And it's because it's worth it now that I plan to get into you. For personal reasons. Thinking about my own future. Only myself. Building a great resume to show agencies later. I don't intend to be a great hero, a symbol of peace, to go down in history, inspire generations, or any of that bullshit. I just want an easy way to live. Because I'm strong. Very strong. A prodigy who needs the least effort to achieve the biggest results, supposedly with the same talent as the heirs of the country's noble families. Men aren't born equal. These days, a person's worth is directly tied to the quirk they were born with. In other words, the life you get depends purely on luck. And I got lucky. Blessed with a quirk that makes anyone jealous, a one-in-a-million kind of talent. So I'll simply take the weapons fate handed me and use them the best way possible. I want to be a millionaire, retire early, travel, and enjoy life without unnecessary worries. That's it. Just that. That's why I'll be a hero. And if anyone wants to contest me, go ahead, fuck off. I don't give a damn about any of your opinions. The first surprise was his apparently shallow motivation for becoming a hero, and the second, if you can call it that, was different. Looking at it coldly and objectively, he was right. Once heroism is a profession rather than a higher calling for someone willing to sacrifice themselves, and instead becomes something pursued for personal gain, it's obvious that less prepared and incompetent people will keep popping up. Midoriya doesn't deny he'll be a hero of the new generation. A pro-hero, not a true selfless hero. He doesn't want fame, only money to live the rest of his life in luxury without worries. Well, haha. The teacher tried to change the subject. But, you bastard! Katsuki grabbed Izuku by his shirt and lifted him from the chair. If you're really going to step into the same arena as me, at least show some will to compete and attack me with everything you've got. If you're not going to try to win, if you're not going to try to be number one, then don't dare get in my way. Ho! Izuku sneered. That's curious, isn't it, Katsuki? Huh. I never tried to beat you or be better than you for those 14 years, but even so, you never defeated me. So, should I assume you're asking for a complete defeat at my hands? It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't totally true either. Katsuki and Izuku used to be inseparable in childhood. According to Inko and Mitsuki, the two once promised to become Japan's new symbols of peace together, using their quirks to protect people regardless of the danger. Today, though, both vehemently deny that such a promise ever existed. Over time, and after that event, the bond slowly broke. They took different paths, not completely different, since they still attended the same school, but nothing like the two kids who used to be best friends. Quite the opposite. They ended up arguing and fighting about everything. Katsuki's quirk lets him create explosions using the sweat from his palms, and Izuku's power allows him to manipulate forces of attraction and repulsion. They always tied. Bakugo would blow everything up and Midoriya would redirect those explosions away or even back at Katsuki, who'd neutralize one blast with another. They'd go on for hours until they collapsed exhausted on the floor. Katsuki never actually beat Izuku, the opposite is true as well, but only one of them gets insanely pissed when the subject comes up. Fucking broccoli. Ugh. A punch landed on Izuku's face. You son of a bitch. It's because of your shitty attitude and personality that Izuku planted his foot, leaned forward and returned the punch. Fuck you, Kaken. I won't let you say I have a shitty personality. Not from you. Oh, it took longer than yesterday. I thought it'd be at recess this time. That means I won the bet. Maybe I'll have better luck tomorrow. Ah yes, Izuku and Katsuki brawling during class? Extremely normal. It happens almost every day and nobody's surprised. Eventually they calm down. They always do. The issue today was, lend it. Hey! Izuku grabbed a girl's notebook, closed it, and smacked it into Bakugo's face. Take that, Kaken. My notebook. Since they can't use quirks at school. Ow. Katsuki grabbed a backpack from the floor, swung his hips, and smashed it into Midoriya's face too. Eat dust, you narcissistic asshole. My bag. They seemed a little too lively to ignore. Some minutes later. It's your fault, Izuku. The first punch was yours, Katsuki. And the second was yours. Of course it was. Izuku snapped back. So it's clear who started the fight by retaliating. You should have taken the beating you deserved, you piece of shit. Bakugo's mind really is something else. The fight had been rowdier than usual and threatened to pull in other students, which it already had started to do. So the teacher called their attention and they were taken to the principal, who wasn't surprised at all and only said, again. Yes, again. As a kind of punishment, the two friends were ordered to perform different chores around the school in place of the staff. I'm watching you, Izuku. Fuck off. Izuku used his power to move chairs, trash cans, books, notebooks, tables, boxes, etc., all at once. With his arms crossed, he leaned against the wall. This way we can save a lot of time. If nobody sees or hears it, there's no problem. Huh. He wasn't entirely wrong. Unlike Bakugo's quirk, which is all-out combat with no chance of subtlety, Izuku's has everyday versatility that can be useful. Katsuki flopped into a chair while the little ghosts did the work in their place. And that bullshit line of yours isn't entirely true. Izuku stared at him. The blonde closed his eyes and laughed mockingly. Isn't it obvious? This reminded me of that day years ago, when that dumb girl started crying in class. Oh, certainly. Izuku's gaze even blurred a little. That was a pretty unpleasant day. Annoyed, Bakugo clicked his tongue. Funny how the blame still fell on me, and they put me in front of the principal to confess to something I never did. So yeah, you son of a bitch. Even if you don't see, don't hear, or understand what the hell is going on, people will still point at you and judge you based purely on appearances without trying to understand what really happened. With clear rancor in his voice, Katsuki narrowed his eyes and continued to unload about an event he'd never gotten over, probably the main reason he became, well, the person he is now, given the consequences that followed. Since then, I decided to give this bunch of idiots what they deserve. Forget it. Izuku thrust a book toward Bakugo, who had no trouble catching it. That's why nobody likes to talk to you unless they have to, Katsuki. You only like to remember misery. He changed the subject without shame. Who wants to lie? Even now, it's kind of hard for Izuku to recall that day too for many reasons, mainly because of all the events that followed. Even in his thoughts, Izuku definitely doesn't want to hear one particular voice again, a desperate, anguished voice that haunted his dreams for years. It's annoying. Tremendously annoying. It didn't take long for Bakugo to notice Izuku's evasive behavior. Misery, huh? He shrugged. All right, Then what the hell do you want to talk about, you fresh little shit? He doesn't know. He really doesn't. As said, Izuku and Bakugo used to be best friends, but changes in worldviews and that event in 4th grade naturally spun them into different circles, eroding much of their old friendship. Or maybe not as much as everyone thinks. Despite swapping blows almost every day, there's no real grudge between them. Not at all. A second later they forget, and the fight becomes like it never happened. Maybe antagonizing each other is the only way they know how to interact these days. Still, it doesn't change the fact that this scene, the two of them together, without openly hating or avoiding the other, is weird. They don't know what to say. If it's not to shout, if it's not to antagonize, if it's not to fight, it's hard to find reasons for a conversation to exist and keep going. The silence was almost unpleasant. So, let's take the cliché route. How's Aunt Mitsuki? Yes, Aunt. A habit he'd never dropped since childhood. That damned old hag gets more irritating every single day. The inevitable moment's coming when I won't be able to take it anymore and I'll blow up that whole damn house brick by brick. And as if that weren't enough, Katsumi's developing a personality just as bad as the witch's. In other words, the same personality as her own. Right. But maybe that thought's best left unsaid. Yes, Katsumi Bakugo, Katsuki's little sister. Well, little is just a figure of speech since they're actually twins, and she was born only a few minutes after him. And more annoying than all of that combined, is that every day they, Katsumi and Mitsuki, keep bugging the hell out of me, asking when you little shit, are coming over again. Apparently that unpleasant Izumi of yours, Izuku's younger twin sister, isn't good enough company anymore. He couldn't deny he was caught off guard, almost dropped every object he was levitating. Really surprised, you bastard? Katsuki stood up from the chair. Seems those two idiots still haven't realized how unpleasant and narcissistic you've become. You piece of shit. Look who's talking. It really was funny how they'd grown up with opposite worldviews, yet constantly accused each other of the same things. But it wasn't just the mention of Bakugo's mother and sister missing him that surprised Izuku, yes, but not only that. Katsuki definitely noticed that curious expression on Izuku's face. No need to feel forgotten or neglected, Katsuki. My mom thinks the same way. After all, she still misses little cute Kaken. What? Tell your little friend I miss him, and when he comes over again I'll have his favorite dish waiting. Izuku imitated his mother's voice as best as he could, wearing a fake angelic smile. Katsuki didn't react. Well, he almost did. For a few seconds, the two stared at each other, as if about to burst out laughing together for the first time in years. But right after, they both shook their heads, forcing serious expressions and turning their faces in opposite directions. Toots undress. Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets, lifted his head, and started walking past Izuku. I'm heading to another room. Even if your shitty power saves time, we'll save twice as much if we each take a different area. That way, this idiotic punishment can end before class is over. So, see you later. Yeah. Those were the last words before he left, leaving Izuku alone and thoughtful. See you later, huh? It's been a while. A long while since he'd heard that kind of phrase from Katsuki's mouth. It felt strange, but definitely nostalgic. Slowly, Izuku looked down, raised his hand, and stared at his clenched fist for a few seconds. When did things get so bad? Katsuki always said that the reason he'd become such an unpleasant person was because of that event, the one that completely changed him. And maybe he wasn't the only one still affected by that day when Krista broke down in the middle of the classroom, was he? Izuku sighed. Life really was unpleasant. Something that only needs a single second to happen can completely destroy what took years to build. And if that's the case, if life is that unfair, then I just need to make sure it doesn't knock me down a second time. What he needs to do is solve every one of my problems as fast as possible, so I'll never again feel that small, that sad, that crushed. With money, with power, with influence. with his life built, his castle raised atop the tallest mountain on Earth, surely he'd have every resource necessary to protect himself from the unpredictable next time. Slowly, he brought a hand to his chest as certain memories resurfaced, especially the smiling smug face of Senna Adamus. That damned, obnoxious elite. Seems like, just like Bakugu, he hadn't overcome that day either, the day that still haunted and shaped, even unconsciously, the person he'd become. He snapped out of it, looked ahead again, and resumed using his quirk to move the objects. Now alone with nothing left. To distract him, he finished arranging everything and even cleaning the floor. 3 brooms working together definitely saved a lot of time. Excellent. When he finished, he opened the door and stepped out. Passing by another room, he could hear chairs scraping inside, probably Bakugu. But as Katsuki himself had said, he'd let him handle that one alone and move on to the next room. After all, there was plenty of work to do. The faster they moved, the sooner they'd finish and go back to their normal routine, or else the school day would end, and they'd be stuck working overtime. More than an hour passed. #TC. Irritated, he leaned against a wall in a more isolated spot, perfect for certain groups of students to break school rules, if you know what I mean, but that wasn't Izuku's case. He opened a bottle of water. He just wanted to relax for a bit, away from everyone else. Though that peace probably wouldn't last long, because voices. They're coming. Looking to his left, he saw 3 boys approaching, laughing among themselves. Man, I told you you should've, huh? They flinched slightly when they noticed Midoriya standing a few meters ahead. Their laughter stopped instantly as they locked eyes with him, and he stared right back. This definitely wasn't part of their plan. Isn't that the pretty boy from Class 3C Midoriya? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Me, pretty boy? Seems like my reputation in other classes isn't exactly stellar, huh? Not that he cared. He shrugged, turned forward, and drank his water again. The gesture made it clear, he didn't care why they were there, as long as they didn't mess with him. Oh, looks like you understand, huh, pretty boy? Don't stick your nose in things that don't concern you. It's a much safer, happier, and less painful way to live. He had to bite back a laugh as they walked past him, wearing those smug expressions like they just succeeded in intimidating him. Idiots. I don't need anyone to tell me to mind my own business. Because when it comes to staying out of other people's problems, he gets it. Probably more than he'd like. A 4th boy walked past him. But this one was much smaller, shorter, skinnier, clothes dirty and torn, face red with finger marks. It was obvious what had just happened. Before leaving, the boy gave Izuku a weak, sad look, as if silently asking for something. Something Izuku knew exactly what it was. But again, he only pretended not to see, shrugged and turned away. That lack of reaction made the boy lower his head in disappointment before stumbling forward with shaky steps. Not my problem. And living like that definitely saves me a lot of unnecessary headaches. Silence. After that, only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees could be heard as he returned to his thoughts. He glanced to the right, used his quirk to toss his empty bottle into the trash, put his hands in his pockets, and was just about to leave when he took quite a beating. That voice. He'd never heard it before. And not just the voice. When he turned to see who it was, he instantly knew he'd never met this person in all of his 14 years of life. A true giant. Probably over 1.90 meters tall and 140 kilos of pure muscle, easily highlighted by the white tank top stretched across his chest and abs, solid and sculpted like stone, with equally massive arms and legs. That kind of divine physique doesn't look naturally achievable. And the reason he clearly wasn't Japanese, as Izuku quickly guessed. His skin was completely dark, and his eyes, fierce, blood red, glowed like a wild lion's or tiger's. That gaze was made even sharper by his spiked white hair and eyebrows. And to top it all off, a damn skull necklace hung around his neck. He intimidated, just by standing there. He looked like a walking war tank, ready to crush absolutely anything in his path. And right now, standing in that path, was Izuku. An intruder? No, That wouldn't make sense. To prevent terrorist attacks or unauthorized entries, the principal hires 2 pro-heroes to patrol outside constantly. No matter how powerful this guy looks, there's no way he could have forced his way in unnoticed. If that had happened, there'd already be chaos everywhere. So, he must have been allowed to enter. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Something about this man, this mysterious stranger, really irritated him. Maybe it was the way he stared, or the tone of his voice. Probably both. And that suspicion was confirmed when it wasn't just a beating. He also had some of his belongings and money stolen, not to mention the verbal humiliation. And when he finally stopped crying, stood up, picked up what was left of his stuff, and started walking, he saw you. And gave you a look anyone could understand. A silent plea for help. And it wasn't random, couldn't have been random, not when it's you we're talking about, Izuku Midoriya. Bullying cases are complicated because most schools either don't know or don't want to deal with them. The victim ends up being beaten and tormented for years while no one really cares, especially if they're less gifted than their aggressors. That boy probably deals with it all the time, judging by how naturally he reacted to it just now. And when he saw you standing there, someone with power, someone who could have stepped in and made it stop because the teachers clearly pretend to be blind, you did nothing. Absolutely nothing, even though you understood exactly what those eyes were begging for. Or rather, you did do something, you pretended not to see. That disinterested expression probably crushed whatever hope he had of even talking to you. Unfortunately, I think he put his hopes in the wrong person. What the hell is this supposed to mean? So this guy came here to lecture him for not stepping in? But, for someone accusing him of omission. I didn't see that weakling getting beaten so I could stop it. And truth be told, even if he had seen it, he probably wouldn't have done anything. He would have just walked away, because Izuku definitely doesn't consider himself a hero or a moral guardian who has to help everyone he sees. You, on the other hand, seem to have seen it, didn't you, Giant? In part. I'm not a student here, just visiting. My boss didn't give me permission to get involved in any conflicts, since that would directly affect his reputation. And that trio, they're brave enough that even if I tried to intimidate them verbally, they'd still attack, driven purely by ego and superiority complex. The most I could do was report it to the principal, who, he shrugged, probably wouldn't have done much. And I couldn't beat them up or threaten them, because that would harm my boss. My hands, as irritating as it is, were tied. But yours weren't. Not at all. And yet you turned your back, even with the power to end someone's suffering. Just like most people in this era. Izuku swore he wasn't understanding what this conversation was supposed to be about. What the hell did this guy want? What exactly are you trying to prove? I have no obligation to help every random stranger I bump into. Akin listened carefully. Besides, if they can't defend themselves? Screw it, man. That's their problem. Why should I feel bad? What does that have to do with me? I'm not that ideal hero that only exists in people's imaginations, the one overflowing with so much kindness and altruism it could drown the entire planet. If you're trying to make me feel guilty about something, give it up. It's not happening. And by the way, what does my life have to do with you to begin with? I don't know who you are, not even your name. But I can already tell, without a shred of doubt, that it must be absolute hell having you around every day, big guy. Akin didn't respond right away. Because, objectively speaking, Izuku wasn't wrong. Who was Akin to point fingers and talk as if he'd known him for years? It wasn't just Midoriya. No one, absolutely no one, is obligated to protect or care for the safety and happiness of people they don't know or have no bond with, especially when doing so can drag them into unnecessary trouble or cause reckless consequences. This is the real world, and choices have real, heavy consequences. It's never a bad idea to think twice before stepping into something that doesn't concern you. That is, of course, under normal circumstances. Which is not the case here, not even close. I heard it. Earlier, you said you wanted to be a hero just for the money and luxury, didn't you? Izuku narrowed his eyes. I knew it. knew there was someone outside the classroom listening. After all, just a few hours ago, Izuku, incidentally, had also been looking out that same window Bakugo was staring through before turning to face forward. I swore I felt the whole class being watched, but I couldn't confirm it. It had always been akin. And apparently, the person standing in front of him had extremely sharp senses to have heard his little speech from outside the classroom. Slowly, the intruder straightened up and stretched his arms. This society is rotten. As long as the word hero comes attached to a paycheck, society will always be twisted, and the victims will keep multiplying. Because, for better or worse, your motivation to work is directly tied to the money you get. And a hero absolutely cannot be motivated by something as shallow as cash, popularity, or a Hollywood lifestyle. That kind of thing corrupts. It ends up corrupting people's minds, and the whole city suffers the consequences. Think about it. Imagine someone has a quirk that would be perfect for engineering, agriculture, or something equally vital, but why? Why put effort into something like that when they can make double, triple, 5 times as much being a hero? It's awful. Because not only do we lose a great professional, we gain an incompetent hero. Someone who has no ability or desire to save others, but stands there reaping the benefits of being a so-called hero. Fame, recognition, women, show business. It's a vicious cycle. A vicious cycle that's been repeating for years, with every new generation of heroes weaker and less prepared than the last. To the point where the inevitable retirement of a single man will plunge this country into chaos, exposing just how fragile and unprepared the hero association really is. I can't accept this system. I can't accept mediocre heroes playing saviors with their cheap speeches while letting millions of people suffer or die from their direct and indirect actions. Heroism isn't a profession, and it can't be practiced by just anyone. Because, in chasing money, fame, and attention, they turn a blind eye to those who really need help when no one's watching. If it won't boost their popularity, many turn away from a crime or someone crying for help. Many villains we know today could have been saved from that path long ago. But back when they were just ordinary people with nothing to offer, they were disposable. The heroes ignored their pleas, chasing bigger, flashier rescues to show off on camera, the kind that paid better, drew more media, and built more charisma. Of course, not every hero is like that, but they're the minority. As long as the current rules keep encouraging people to become heroes for money and rewards, we'll have more quantity and almost no quality. Heavy words. Heavy and full of bitter truth. If the system weren't so flawed, if it didn't value quantity over quality, if it didn't value power over character, then, maybe someday, a truly brilliant generation of heroes could have appeared, one capable of ending all wars for good. But in this world, ordinary professions lose talented people every year, just to hand over to the Hero Association a bunch of rejects with useless quirks, unfit to even wear a cape. And the result? It's right there, in the overwhelming rise of violence and terrorism across Japan. Natural selection is about choosing those best suited for a condition while eliminating the unfit, but it doesn't exist among heroes, because there's nothing to select. Well, maybe there is. Every 50 years or so, one single exception is born. The exception of this era is All Might, the one man holding the entire country together. But he's only temporary. All Might will eventually be gone. And what will Japan become then? What happens when people's safety is handed over to this generation of mediocre heroes? To the Iron Curtain's heirs? To Arthur Lancelot? Worse, I fear that in 20 or 30 years, if nothing changes, Japan, and every other major nation, will fall to villainy. With no skilled professionals in essential jobs, and no competent heroes to defend anyone, society won't function, not even at its lowest expectations. Everything will crumble. The future will break. He pointed. Izuku Midoriya. You can't be a hero. The question isn't what I have to do with your life. It's what a pathetic person like you has to do with anyone else's. Because if you won't even lift a finger to stop a schoolyard beating you could have ended in less than a minute, what makes you think you'd save a life? If he wouldn't stop bullying in a school hallway, would he stop a mugging in an alley at night? Would he stop a robbery against a poor family? If a mediocre man like you becomes a pro-hero, hundreds or thousands will die from your indirect actions. You just gave the perfect example by ignoring that kid begging for help. Actually, that was your second example today, wasn't it? A few weeks ago, 2 people had aced UA's mock exam. One was Katsuki Bakugu, who made sure everyone knew it. 3 days later, Izuku Midoriya did the same. Naturally, the pair became famous, the talk of the Hero Association, rumored to be the 2 prodigies who could one day succeed All Might's legacy and surpass even the elite heirs of the Iron Curtain. When Akin heard those rumors, he was thrilled, eager to see who these incredible people were. He even asked his boss for permission to visit Aldera and observe them. He thought it'd be a good idea to see how they behaved with friends day to day, so he used his super senses to listen from outside the classroom. He'd been truly excited to meet the people who'd become his future comrades, to start building bonds early. And the disappointment was crushing. Absolutely crushing. He thought maybe it was a misunderstanding, that the bullying situation would prove the earlier words were just provocation toward Bakugu. But they weren't. Not even close. Izuku really did want to be a hero for the money, not to help others. He wanted to be a hero for the perks that came with the title. He only thinks about himself. About himself and no one else. A completely selfish person, lacking even a shred of empathy. Akin's disappointment right now was enormous, to say the least. Huh. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Your name? Akin Luigi. Luigi. I've always been good at everything. I've always been a straight A student. Japanese, science, biology, math, chemistry, English, everything. I've always been great at sports too. Soccer? Basketball? Volleyball? Kendo? It never took me more than a month or 2 to become the best, or one of the best, easily surpassing people who'd practiced for years. Teachers and coaches, impressed, would say every day that my future was limitless, that I'd been truly blessed by the gods. Smart, athletic, owner of a powerful quirk, and, according to the girls, the #1 boy they'd date in class polls. Hashtag, choose your future wisely, Midoriya-kun. Someone as talented as you shouldn't make the mistake of wasting years chasing a goal, only to later realize it was never what you wanted. The benefits you could bring to our society are infinite. Limitless. Hashtag, I'm just following the adult's advice, Luigi-san. Choosing the profession that best matches my talents, one that guarantees me a great future where I can live as I please. Tell me, how does that make me any different from everyone else trying to build the best possible life for themselves and their future families? I see nothing, absolutely nothing, wrong with that. Did I hurt anyone? Did I kill anyone? Did I cheat anyone? Don't bitch at me for fuck's sake. And don't complain about incompetent heroes either. Complain to the ones who allowed people like us to become superheroes, the ones who turned heroism into a profession open to 80% of the population. Believe me when I say you're complaining to the wrong guy. And yeah, I'll admit it, I'm not a model human being and probably represent the worst this society has to offer. The difference is I'm honest about it. I don't pretend to be someone I'm not, or someone I'll never be. If you've got problems, go see a therapist. But don't take out your frustrations and disappointments on other people, you damn idiot. Oh, interesting. I have to say, it's truly fascinating hearing something like that from someone as arrogant as Akin. Before that conversation could escalate further, another voice echoed through the hall, different, calm, but firm. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Green hair combed down and parted to the left, with 3 strange yellow streaks. Tall, exactly 2 meters, with long arms and legs, broad shoulders, triangular glasses, a gray suit and a red tie. Akin turned. Sir? Adjusting his glasses with a single finger, the man spoke evenly. I see you've gotten your answer, haven't you, Akin? Akin closed his eyes with a mocking laugh. Yes. This man wasn't Japanese. He was African, living in Japan under the care of Sir Night Eye for the past few years, being trained to attend UA, believe it or not, Akin only turned 15 2 months ago, though his quirk had gifted him that divine physique. I did, sir. And I'm disappointed. Tremendously disappointed. This guy, if he's the pinnacle of Japan's next generation of heroes. Hands in his pockets, Akin turned his back and walked away. Everything truly happens for a reason in this life. And I'm here to bring back the true meaning of the word hero. First to Japan, then to my father, and finally, his eyes gleamed, to the entire world. If anyone can do it, it's me. And after this conversation, I've realized I'll have to walk this path alone. I don't need allies like this. I'm honestly disappointed in myself for even thinking a few hours ago that we could join forces. And I'm the arrogant one? That's what Izuku wanted to say, but after a moment's thought, he decided to let the subject die. It was wiser than letting things escalate into another pointless argument. I'd like to apologize for any inconvenience Akin may have caused you. Night Eye gave a small bow before straightening again. But he has his reasons for going blind whenever the topic is heroes. Those were his last words before he, too, began to walk away, leaving Izuku finally alone. Night Eye, huh? I guess that's your boss, and you entered the school alongside him. That's why you got through security without any problems. He shrugged and walked the opposite way. Two idiots. Hashtag. Izuku and Bakuga finished their unexpected punishment a little before the start of the last class of the day, geography, in this case. They got back to their seats, borrowed notebooks from classmates to catch up on what they'd missed, and for the first time all day, actually started studying while the teacher wrote on the board. And when class finally ended, after an hour and 20 minutes, today barely felt like school at all. No kidding, Izuku. He packed up his things, including the borrowed notebook, closed his bag, slung it over his shoulders, and left the classroom. Hashtag. Location, Tokyo City. Date, 09/01/20XX. Izuku looked to his right. The old witch, Mitsuki, in Katsuki's words, wants to see you. If he decided to stop by the Bakuga house, there was still plenty of time. Katsumi would probably be happy to see him too. It's been a while since I last saw that girl. He entered an underpass. Well, I guess a short visit of 1 or 2 hours won't hurt. And honestly, the look on Katsuki's face when he gets home and finds me lying on his couch, totally worth it. Perfect. Decision made. Yes, I've made my decision too. Huh. Your body. At blinding speed, a villain lunged out of the shadows toward Izuku, who was completely unaware and facing the other direction. I'll use it to avenge the thief. Before he could even touch his victim, an invisible force hurled him into the wall. Izuku instantly turned, raising his guard and stepping back fast. That thing. Now that he could see it clearly, the person was nothing more than a grotesque mass of green sludge with bulging eyes and a stinking body. Huh. I see. A mutation-type quirk, isn't it, freak? What did you call me? The tone in Izuku's voice clearly enraged him. And when there were mere centimeters left between them, some sort of pressure threw the villain against the wall, completely out of control. Judging from the boy's stance afterward, could only mean one thing. It's his quirk, isn't it? Some kind of telekinesis? A force field? Huh. Interesting. The villain charged again. I can already imagine all the things I could do with that ka. Again, he was slammed into the wall before even finishing the sentence. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, attraction and repulsion. Description, allows Izuku to create, shape, and manipulate attractive and repulsive forces. Technique, field of aversion. Description, Izuku can generate an omnidirectional repulsion field around his body, currently with a 10-meter radius, that repels absolutely everything within range, even gravity itself. However, he can only use this technique 3 times a day before exhaustion sets in. Izuku raised his arm. Where do you think you're going? He slammed the villain into the ground, then the ceiling, then the wall, over and over. From your body's composition? I should have guessed. No damage. The sludge villain stood up. Ha! Futile kid. Impacts can't hurt my body. Smash me against the pavement all you want, it'll never make a difference. It's only a matter of time. He lunged again. Soon, you won't be able to use your quirk anymore. And when that happens, I'll take your body. Ho! He wasn't exactly wrong. After all, every quirk has limits, some obvious, some not. At his age, Izuku was still far from mastering even 10% of his full potential. The same went for how many times he could safely use his powers in a day. In other words, all the villain had to do was keep pushing. If Izuku couldn't hurt him, then there was nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. They faced each other again. Die. The villain threw a punch. Exclamation point. A violent gust of wind exploded outward, forcing him to close his eyes and stagger backward. What the hell? He looked around. Where is he? Slow. Just too damn slow. Izuku had launched himself to the ceiling, then immediately repulsed himself backward, propelling at incredible speed behind the villain's back, 15 meters away, so fast he left only shockwaves in his wake. I can't hurt you, huh? Well, you've got a pretty big target on your face, freak. He stomped the ground, repulsing a massive chunk of asphalt, about 60 centimeters wide, straight upward. Exclamation point. The sound made the villain turn. Too late. Izuku touched the chunk of debris and repulsed it full force straight into his opponent's face. Blood splattered. The shot was perfect. Even if that slimy body acted as a shock absorber, those bright, bulging eyes weren't invincible, and that's exactly where it hit. The villain screamed, flailing blindly and smearing blood everywhere. For Izuku, it was almost funny watching him stumble like a drunk, cursing incoherently as he slammed into the walls. He raised his hand again. But, while you're like that, me? He didn't have to do anything else. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of the villain, fist clenched, and punched with enough force to blow the creature to pieces, scattering his body in a green explosion that tore through the underpass and hundreds of meters beyond, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. Ugh! Izuku dropped to one knee, shielding his face with his arm from the violent wind. That power! Who the hell? Only one person could hit that hard. And even faster than that punch was the man's speed gathering every bit of slime into a soda bottle in a single blur. Ha! All Might grinned, his teeth gleaming like a flashbulb. Your days of tyranny are over. And just like that. Now. He looked around. Where is he? By he, of course, he meant Izuku. Oh. Young man. He spotted him a few meters away, coughing hard. Damn it. The gust had come too fast for him to react, tearing his clothes in several places. How am I supposed to explain this to Mom now? She's gonna think I got into a fight at school. No, totally a lie. Boy. Huh. That voice. Wait, hold on. Was this person really standing right in front of him? He blinked, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks. Meeting the symbol of peace like this felt far too lucky to be real. Maybe it was just stress messing with his head. But, when the figure didn't fade away after several seconds, it hit him. This wasn't an illusion. It really was All Might. He swallowed hard. Man. Huge. Way bigger than on TV. Even made Akin look small. Almost instinctively, Izuku took a few steps back. Huh. Yeah, facing someone like this in battle would definitely make villains tremble, and even allies uneasy, under the sheer pressure radiating from his presence. Are you all right? Exclamation point. That snapped him out of his daze. He scratched the back of his head. Why, just a few scrapes, nothing serious? Heh, glad to hear it. Oh, look. All Might proudly raised the soda bottle containing the villain. Oh. How the hell did that even fit in there? Even scattered like that, it shouldn't. Screw it. My day's already crazy enough. By the way, All Might continued, there's something I'd like to confess, young man. Izuku blinked, paying attention. Confess. He nodded. To be honest, I didn't just arrive here. I've been watching your fight for a while, hiding behind a car. You're probably wondering why I didn't step in sooner, aren't you? Well, the answer is right in front of me. Exclamation point. He gave a thumbs up, smiling wide. You're amazing, young man. Your skills, your instincts, your quirk control, even your composure for your age. It's like watching one of the heirs of the Iron Curtain fight. Your talent is truly extraordinary. My body usually moves on its own before I even think, but this time, it didn't. It refused to move. And do you know why? Something told me I should watch. I should watch that mysterious young man in action as long as I could, because I wouldn't regret it. And indeed, I don't. It's rare, very rare, to find someone your age who can fight dangerous villains without showing even a flicker of fear or hesitation outside of the noble families. And actually, he pointed dramatically. Young man, you're him. Midoriya Izuku-kun. A few weeks ago, two boys, Katsuki Bakugu and Izuku Midoriya, aced UA's mock exam, a feat that hadn't happened in nearly a century. Even I couldn't do it in my day. Naturally, those two became legends among the pro heroes, talked about every single day. Of course, for security reasons, we never went public with that information, otherwise villains might have targeted you both. Not everything needs to be public knowledge, good or bad, but let's skip the boring details. And now, comparing your quirk and face to that photo, it's you, isn't it, young Midoriya? What I'm trying to say is... Exclamation point. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Congratulations, young Midoriya, for your bravery and courage. Every great hero has their story from their school days, and I think you just earned yours in a more spectacular way than most. I'm certain that one day, you'll carry the dreams of countless people on your shoulders and become one of the greatest heroes of your generation. Receiving such praise from the symbol of peace himself, even for Izuku, it was overwhelming and deeply rewarding. You're applying to UA, right? I'll be watching closely and cheering for the day we fight side by side, protecting the city as true heroes. Oh, and later, since you helped me capture this villain, I'll make sure a reward gets sent to your home. And no, that's not nice. Don't be modest. Huh. Wait, why was Izuku's phone suddenly in his hand? And more importantly, why was there a photo of him and All Might on the screen? Did he just take a selfie? I'm too photogenic. Practice makes perfect. Now then. He gave one last glance at the bottled villain, then lifted his head. I have to go. I still need to deliver this guy to the police, and there are plenty more people out there who need my help. I can't just stand around. Young Midoriya, keep that courage alive in the face of danger. Because with it, you'll inspire countless others in the years to come. I'm off. We'll meet again. And with that, he vanished in a burst of speed, leaving a storm of dust that rustled Izuku's clothes and hair. Silence. Now that All Might was gone, the world felt strangely empty. Just him, the city, the trees, and the wind. Definitely a far more complicated day than he'd expected when his mom told him to take a shortcut. Guess it's a good thing I did listen to her this morning and ignored those heroes fighting downtown. He looked at the selfie, completely unaware when it had been taken. He hadn't even had time to pose, but All Might, of course, was smiling perfectly, flexing one arm while the other rested around Izuku's shoulders. Chuckled, pocketed the phone, and shoved his hands into his pockets as he resumed his walk, unaware of the pair of blue eyes watching from a lamppost above. Izuku Midoriya, huh? All Might looked at his right hand for a moment before clenching it. One for all. I know I'll need a new successor soon. My time as the symbol of peace is running out. But maybe, just maybe, I can add one more name to that list of potential heirs, can I? He smiled softly, gazing up at the blue sky. In this next generation that's coming, my master, I think we might have finally found him. The one destined to bring an end to all battles. The 9th. Location, Tokyo. Date, 09/01/20XX. The deep rumble of a sports car rolled through Tokyo's bustling avenues. Neon and office lights glanced off the vehicle's flawless paint as it sliced through traffic with casual elegance. Inside, Akin rested his fist against his chin, eyes unfocused as the urban blur slid past the window. In the driver's seat, Sir Night Eye steered with quiet precision. "Something on your mind, Akin?" Night Eye asked. You've been silent since we got in." "No," Akin answered, though even he wasn't completely sure. "Just thinking," he said finally. "In the end, it isn't all that different, sir. I used to blame my homeland for everything, but I don't think that's the whole truth anymore." Night Eye listened as the boy's voice grew steady, carrying a weight far beyond his years. Akin continued, choosing his words with care. "Even though I completely disagree with my father's methods, after watching the world more closely with you, seeing the neglect, the decay that plagues so many nations, hidden behind a media-made facade of prosperity, I can, unfortunately, admit I understand where some of his extremism comes from. Not for noble reasons, he thought. Faced with the incompetence of other leaders, Akin added, questionable methods can start to look like the only option. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Right now, Africa, organized as a society of heroes, even if ruled by iron-handed tactics, was more successful than 95% of other countries. It had become a global power, stirring debate and divided opinions. I definitely don't want to become a second version of my father, Akin said. He breathes justice 24/7. To him, a good criminal is one behind bars. He only refrains from executing because heroes aren't permitted to kill, not because he believes in mercy. That, Akin said to himself, wasn't exactly the crux of his problem, because yes, criminals should be behind bars. It's a universal mantra to him, Akin went on. No matter the crime or the reason behind it. He's rigid. No second chances. No belief that people can change. No faith in redemption. To him, someone who steals a loaf of bread is the same as a bank robber. They deserve the same treatment, he says, because the character to do harm is the same, regardless of scale. This future enemy of society must be crushed brutally so they never think of breaking the law again. He even helped lower the age of criminal responsibility to 12, Akin said, the words tasting bitter. The worst part is, he admitted in a quieter voice, I can't wholly point at him and say he's wrong. His father was in many ways Africa's all-might, a colossal presence, a titanic strength that single-handedly drove down crime rates, even in the poorest regions. The man had been born in a place like sub-Saharan Africa and had used that ferocious might to reconstruct what had been left for dead. He rebuilt a nation with his two hands, lifting stones and forging a kind of order where there had been none. To many, he was the ultimate hero, a symbol of peace that people could pin their dreams on, a guardian who'd risk his life again and again. But Akin chewed on a single, small question like a stubborn seed. Is that all a hero is? Only power? My father doesn't believe in people. He won't forgive a single slip. I, unlike him, want to believe a hero's duty isn't only to physically save those in their sight. It's to save the lost hearts too. To lift hurting souls, show them a path they couldn't see, so they can become better and help society in turn. When I worked at his agency, I saw people desperate for only one push toward being heroic. They needed someone to say, I'm here. He met Night Eye's gaze. You can do that if you try. A little kindness was all it took sometimes. The darkness hadn't yet taken hold in many of them. Present an alternative, and they would reach for it. Just like All Might does here every day. My father is a hero. The greatest on the continent, without question. But he doesn't save hearts. He doesn't hesitate to squeeze the trigger, to punish even relatives or old friends of a villain, saying they failed to provide a healthy environment and are equally culpable. He metes out the same sentence to them as to the criminal. Akin let out a long breath. I admire him for what he's built, he admitted. Practically on his own, he raised the entire continent to a height no one else thought possible. He paused, searching for the right word. He's a symbol of peace. But I don't want to be a superhero who sees only what the eyes show. And since he's the symbol of peace, Akin added wryly, It's obvious that every aspiring young hero wants to be him, right? No matter the age, everyone loves the armored black lion. Everyone adores the symbol of peace. Everyone wants to be like him. Sir, you don't know what hero classes are like at Valhalla, the UA of Africa, or how we're taught to conduct ourselves on a battlefield. As Akin spoke, it was clear. In much of Africa now, heroes were trained into machines, absolute, merciless enforcers of a brutal and equalizing justice. And if things continue this way, it's only a matter of time before capital punishment becomes the norm, Akin said. My father has enormous influence in government. With criminal responsibility already at 12 years, we can see the path we're on. He sighed. The line between leader and dictator is a thin one. Some time before, on an international mission where his father's agency had worked alongside Night Eye's, there had been an offer. Night Eye invited Akin to an exchange in Japan. The idea of learning from other cultures before returning to Valhalla as a teacher, blending the best of both worlds, appealed to him. With experience and an international reputation, maybe he could start shifting Africa's teaching methods from within. Because as things are now in Africa, I can't become the kind of hero I dream of, he said. Someone who smiles and inspires, who warms hearts and shows people, even in the worst moments, that they can choose the light instead of giving in. In short, Akin concluded, I would be more executioner than hero. I want to change that. I want to change my father's line of thinking. The symbol of peace, the #1 hero of the continent and one of the most powerful on the planet. I want to show results, come back with victories and, with him at my side, bring Africa back to a better path. Night Eye said nothing. Words would have been superfluous. Akin's expression said more than any dozen phrases could. No matter how many times Night Eye remembered the day they had met, he was still impressed by Akin. To leave your continent, family and friends behind in pursuit of what you consider the true essence of heroism, it takes iron conviction and unbreakable faith in your beliefs, Night Eye said softly. That's why it needs to be you. All Might doesn't have much time left and is searching for a successor, the 9th inheritor of One for All, he had told himself the first time they met. Strength, faith, conviction, character, and the years to grow into the role. Akin has Everdying. There is no one more deserving, or with even half the potential, to inherit the planet's most powerful quirk than you, Night Eye had said then. Akin's jaw tightened. One for all. He whispered. The thought settled into him like a cold promise. If I had that power to add to my own. He closed his fist until his knuckles went white. I would be so much closer to making every one of my dreams a reality. # Location, Tokyo, Might Tower, All Might's Agency. Date, 09/01/20XX. This is it. The Might Tower soared into the sky, a pillar so tall it seemed to touch clouds. Solar panels dressed its facade, reflecting the deep blue of the heavens like something almost divine. Night Eye watched the boy. You don't look impressed, Akin. Akin blinked. By a monument like this. Oh, he said. You know, my father's agency is of a comparable scale. I'm a little used to the glamour top heroes have. Not that it changes much for me. Oh, Night Eye replied. I see. Let's go, he added. We have an important talk to have with Toshinori. # Speaking of him, on the tower's highest floor, All Might, thin and fragile in his debilitated form, was buried beneath a mountain of paperwork. Piles to the right, piles to the left. Reports, requests, mission briefs, a chaotic labyrinth of responsibility. Damn. He muttered, rubbing his face. This is exhausting. But I can't keep putting this off, if I don't finish. Wait a moment. Why is the Might Gate opening? He gasped. Only he, theoretically, should have the code. Panic snapped him into action. He couldn't be seen looking so frail. With practiced force he began the transformation. I can't be seen like this, he scolded himself. Not like this, not ever. He flexed until his shirt strained and ripped. The smile returned to his face like a practiced curtain. Maintaining my appearance, he declared through clenched teeth. is the most important thing. His white teeth gleamed. The symbol of peace cannot be seen by anyone in such a deplorable state. He straightened, letting the power of the image settle. No matter what, I must remain the perfect picture of strength, power, and resolve. Society would lose faith if their hero looked beaten before a fight even began. What will that scrawny, what can he do? A fearful whisper might ask. Who will protect us? How can he guarantee our safety? It would be a devastating blow to the Hero Association, and a signal to villains that things might be easier than they'd seemed. All Might couldn't let that happen. He wouldn't leave this world without a successor ready to carry his legacy. All Might placed his left hand on the table, the other resting casually on his hip. Ahaha! The Might Gate had fully opened. So, I guess I really am getting too old to remember He froze. Standing right at the doorway was Night Eye, his finger pushing up his glasses with that same precise, judgmental motion that never changed. Mirai-kun? It's been a while, Tashinori, Night Eye replied dryly. And I see you still haven't changed the Might Gate password, despite me telling you hundreds of times to do so. But, well, I suppose it made my job easier, so for today I'll refrain from complaining about your eternal and immeasurable stupidity. All Might stood completely still for several seconds. Of all the people who could have walked through that door, this was the very last one he expected. Honestly, seeing All for one himself would have been less surprising than seeing his former partner. But who said that's a bad thing? In a flash, All Might lunged forward and wrapped Night Eye in a massive bear hug that felt more like an iron prison. He lifted him off the floor and started spinning him around, once, twice, thrice, while the sound of cracking bones echoed through the building. #, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. A few minutes later, Night Eye was on his knees, gasping for air while All Might enthusiastically patted, slapped, his back with the kind of force that could demolish a wall. But tell me, what brings you here, my friend? If I'd known you were coming, I'd have prepared a full welcome lunch. Night Eye took a deep breath, regaining his composure as he stood up. No. For what I came to discuss, this was the best approach. It saved us both from unnecessary small talk and got us straight to the point. After all, time is the one thing we no longer have to waste. Isn't that right, Tashinori? The words hit hard. All Might understood immediately. He knew exactly what Mirai meant. His time as the continent's #1 hero was nearing its end. Every day was another strike of the guillotine on a body that had long exceeded its limits. Decades of battle had left him with countless scars, each one a reminder that carrying the one for all was becoming almost impossible. Too much power. Too much energy for a vessel that was starting to crack. I want to introduce someone to you, Tashinori, Night Eye said. Oh. He nodded firmly. Someone I've been training specifically for this moment. It's important that you listen to what I have to say. All Might noticed the seriousness in his tone. He rarely saw Night Eye this focused. Whatever this was, it wasn't something that could wait. I can tell you're serious, Mirai. So, don't leave me hanging. I promise, it'll be worth it. Night Eye turned his head slightly. Come in, Akin. HM? Akin. A young man stepped out from behind the wall where he'd been quietly waiting, standing a few steps behind Night Eye. All Might blinked. Wait a minute. He pointed. Aren't you the son of Armored Black Lion? Yes, sir. The boy bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you in person, Mr. All Might. None of this made sense at first glance. The son of Africa's #1 hero, here, in Japan, standing beside his former sidekick? Of course, All Might knew Lion personally. They had vastly different views on heroism, but that never stopped them from being friends, so long as they avoided moral debates, anyway. But that was precisely the problem. If Lion's son wanted to meet him, surely his father would have arranged it himself. Why send Night Eye then? Tashinori, Night Eye interrupted his thoughts. You know I value results over promises. And what I've seen in this boy exceeds every expectation. All Might narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm not talking about quirks or raw talent. Akin has both, that much is obvious. I'm talking about strength, discipline, conviction. Things that can't be taught, copied, or fabricated. He adjusted his glasses again, his gaze sharpening. He's the kind of person who treats every failure as training, who pushes his body to its limit and his spirit beyond it. Someone who understands that a true hero must be the first to fall and the last to rise. I've trained and observed Akin for years, he continued. I've watched him shatter barriers that others called impossible, watched him stand up from defeats that would have broken anyone else. He doesn't rely on talent. He relies on work, on an almost fanatical conviction to become better every single day. In all my career, Toshinori, I've never seen anyone more prepared. The control, the composure, the sheer power, he has it all. He's the most complete and promising prospect on the planet. More than any noble heir or prestigious family name. Better than Charlotte Lancelot, Himeji Van Vliet, Agatha Tavalis, Carlotta Pegasus, Shoto Todoroki, Tenma Matsukes, Rayon Yayorozu, Elsius Maelstrom, Kaylee Kurakami, better than all of them combined. All Might sighed, crossing his arms. Mirai! He understood exactly where this was going, and he wasn't comfortable with it. It was, after all, the same argument that had once torn their partnership apart. But even so, he couldn't deny Nitai's assessment. The kid's potential was undeniable. Because he'd seen Akin Luigi in action, on video, yes, but enough to confirm every word. Mr. All Might, Akin began, stepping forward. I imagine you're familiar with my father's methods. He was. And to say he disapproved would be an understatement. I don't agree with them either, Akin said firmly. I believe a hero's true duty isn't just to save lives or fix what's broken before their eyes. It's to reach hearts, to extend a hand and guide those who've lost their way, to remind them they're not worthless, that the darkness isn't where they belong. A hero who only relies on strength, who follows rules blindly, who never questions why they fight, that's not a true hero. Because in the end, nothing changes. Even if you win battles, even if you save lives, what's the legacy? What do you leave behind? Who do you inspire? What seeds do you plant for the future? I don't mean to judge, but let's talk about endeavor. He's strong. No one denies that. But so what? What does he have besides strong fists? Character? Compassion? Empathy? Don't make me laugh. He's a man who abuses his own family in pursuit of power. Someone like that? What has he changed? What new ideals has he given society? What lesson has he taught the next generation? He's just another slave to the rules, a man shaped by what the world expects him to be. And no matter how much power he has, as long as he remains chained to those hollow values, nothing will ever change. His victories are nothing but a temporary illusion of safety. Because under the watch of men like him, more villains are born, crime rises, and innocent people keep dying. Around the world, people have forgotten what the word hero truly means, and the lessons that should be passed on to the next generation. It's not about power, fame, or charisma, is it? If you can't leave a legacy, if your image can't transcend time and say, it's worth fighting for something beyond yourself, then one day, the future will crumble. More so-called heroes will appear, chasing comfort instead of conviction, and society will collapse. And I saw it today, with my own eyes. At that mall incident, more than 10 pro heroes couldn't save a single hostage until you arrived. They didn't even know where to start. What would have happened if you hadn't shown up? 10 pro heroes, allowing an innocent life to slip away due to incompetence and lack of vision. When you retire, Mr. All Might, what happens to this country? What awaits us? Who will protect us? The Iron Curtain? People like Charlotte Lancelot? Them? The tyrants you keep in check? We live in a false age of peace, sir. For every street we walk, there's a disposable hero, a hollow symbol who plants no seeds and inspires no change. And yes, I include endeavor in that category. Because if my worst fears come true, the heroes of Japan will vanish from history. And people like him will be forgotten. I want to protect people, children, elders, men and women alike. I want to become a symbol. The #1 hero, like you. I want to save the future of this nation before it's too late. But he placed a hand on his chest. I know I'm not strong enough yet. There's still so much I need to learn. However, I believe in myself. I have faith in my abilities, and I know I can change the future with these hands, if I'm guided by the right people. So please, teach me. Train me, Mr. All Might. If a person like you were my teacher, if you walked beside me on this path, I know, I could turn this country into a better place for everyone. Young Akin, All Might whispered. Truly impressive. Those words, that conviction, the fire in his eyes. He was different. The potential running through his veins was limitless. He stood there, genuinely speechless for a few seconds, still taken by the impression the young man had left on him. So, I ask you, sir, please be my mentor. I want to bring back the true meaning of the word hero to this country. To create new rules, plant new seeds, and show society an entirely different way of looking at itself. My biggest dream, All Might, is to inspire children to become heroes without thinking of rewards. To save others simply because they can, expecting nothing in return but a smile and that quiet sense of self-satisfaction at the end of the day. To make them run toward this life because it's the one they truly dreamed of, not because it's the easiest road they could find. Tashinori, Sir Knight, I spoke again. Akin is a man whose heart and morals are exactly where they should be. He doesn't hesitate to save even those who once hurt him, as long as he senses true remorse, because a hero's duty is also to forgive and rise above those who tried to break him. A golden character. A rare vision of the world. Beyond that, Akin has a power that will one day make him the #1 hero. He's worthy of inheriting One for All and carrying on your legacy. Don't you agree, Tashinori? He certainly is. So then, Tashinori, what is your answer? My answer, huh? He couldn't deny it. He was surprised. Deeply surprised by everything he had heard from Akin. His resolve, his ideals, his words full of conviction. The boy's character truly shone like gold. If he couldn't become the hero his homeland needed, he came here, crossed an entire ocean to learn, to grow, to turn his dream into something real. He chose the harder road just to keep his principles intact. If you can't save hearts, if you can't bring light to those lost in the dark, then what's the point of being a hero at all? Akin believed that too. His heart was in the right place, and he possessed undeniable strength. Strength that, combined with One for All, could open the doors to a limitless future. Akin. He was worthy. In both character and strength, the perfect candidate to inherit the One for All, perhaps the most complete successor in history. Tashinori could retire peacefully, knowing the world would be in capable hands. But then, he saw something. Something that filled him with hesitation and a quiet, almost haunting unease. Those eyes. That unwavering determination to spread good. They were noble, yes, but also familiar. Too familiar. They were the same eyes, the same fire, as the current symbol of peace in Africa. The same man who had once sworn to be different. Akin and his father, even if the boy couldn't see it yet, they're not that different. Not at all. And that's why it was too soon. Far too soon to hand One for All to anyone. He wanted a successor young enough to train for years, but youth is fragile, changeable. It can be shaped for good or twisted for worse. Kenluigi, those eyes. As much as Tashinori wanted to say yes, his heart screamed that the time wasn't right. To pass the quirk now, and later regret it, maybe even ask for it back, would be a mistake. That could scar both of them forever. He couldn't afford to be wrong. Not this time. He gently placed a hand on Akin's shoulder. You're incredible, young Akin. Just as Mirai-kun said, you might very well be the most promising hero prospect in the entire world. The strongest possible successor to One for All. You have everything. Absolutely everything. You'd be the perfect combination, the birth of the perfect hero, strength enough to crush armies, charisma enough to move nations. But, you said it yourself, didn't you? Being a hero isn't just about power. It's about saving hearts. Holding dreams. inspiring others, proving that effort is never in vain. Young Akin, you don't need one for all. You already have more power than you realize, more than enough to achieve your dreams with your own hands. You're extraordinary, brilliant. I'm proud of the way you think. But as you said, heroes save hearts. And today, I don't know. I say this with all sincerity, I don't know if you'll still remember that truth once you have the power to make your ideals absolute. He felt it deep down, giving him the quirk now would be a mistake. There's still time for you, and for others. Izuku Midoriya, Mirio Togata, Shudo Todoroki, Carlotte Pegasus, Charlotte Lancelot, Uma Hakuyu, Elsius Maelstrom, Kaylee Kudokami, Gigas Vermilion, and the other names on my list, the elite few. They all must keep growing, keep maturing, keep evolving, gaining experience, gaining wisdom, until I can choose without regret. Hashtag present day. Date 1/10/20XX. Location UA Academy. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, Akin still couldn't forget that day, even after 10 long months. He never said I wasn't worthy, but I could see it in his eyes, the hesitation when Sir suggested he pass me the one for all. And after thinking about it over and over, he realized the truth. All Might doesn't trust him. He doesn't trust that I won't become another version of my father, and one for all would only speed that up. His eyes hardened. Impossible. I'll never become him. What I'm going to do, what I'm going to build, is remind this world what the word hero truly means. And when that day comes, I'll return to Africa and prove to my father that his way, his methods, are wrong. Because while his approach may bring short-term results, in the long run, it's nothing but decay. And for that, to make my vision real. His expression darkened as he turned toward the gate, spotting Izuku and Katsuki entering. I won't accept it. I won't tolerate people like them. People who have no real reason, no true conviction, for wanting to be heroes. He clenched his jaw. I've had enough. This world doesn't need more mediocre, self-serving men and women chasing fame under the title of hero. Frankly, there's only one good reason to wear a cape. Self-sacrifice. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugu. Venom laced his voice. And every single one of you who mocks the name of hero. His eyes burned, a gust of air spiraled around him. The nearby applicants instinctively backed away, fear flashing in their faces. I'll make sure of it. I'll make sure that in the near future, people like that will never be allowed to even take the entrance exam for a hero academy. His hand tightened into a fist, air swirling around him like a storm. Only those with the purest, strongest convictions deserve the title. As for the rest, I'll throw them out. They'll never be welcome in my society of heroes. 5 years ago, Season Elementary School, abandoned park. Laughter echoed through the deserted corner of the school grounds, the kind of laughter that immediately told you something ugly was happening. No one ever came here, except the morning janitor who passed by around 2 o'clock before heading home, which made it the perfect place for kids who enjoyed breaking the rules and hurting others while doing it. Do it again, do it again. He's got no shame at all. Hey look over here. That's it, another photo, one more. What was that? Didn't catch it? Speak up, dog, louder. A group of 6 children, around 10 or 11 years old, laughed until their faces turned red. All except one. Keiinukai, a boy with dog ears and sharp canine teeth, sat trapped inside a shimmering blue cage made of stardust-like light. Having a mutation-type quirk wasn't as lucky as people like to think. Not when it permanently altered your body, and not when it made you a walking target for every sadistic brat looking for entertainment. Tears glimmered in Kair's eyes as he lowered his head, trying to hide his face. The less they saw his pain, the better. But, oh look, he's pouting. One of the boys crouched in front of the cage, grabbed Kair's wrist and forced him to lift his face. What's wrong, Mutt? Feeling sad? Cheer up. Look how much attention you're getting. Not every dog gets humans this friendly, you know. We're making sure our pet stays happy. Exclamation point. On his left, another boy knelt and held up his phone, adjusting the camera angle to Kair's face. Come on, show us that happy puppy smile. Don't be selfish. Kair turned his head away, desperate to stay out of frame, but the cage was too small for much movement. He's getting mad. Angry dog. One of them looked over his shoulder. Hey, Charlotte-san. The girl leaning against the lamppost was the one who'd made the cage. Charlotte looked up from her phone with an annoyed sigh. What? I think our mutt's throwing a tantrum. Maybe he misses his favorite owner. Why don't you come calm him down a bit? She raised an eyebrow. Didn't I already spend almost the entire lunch break with him yesterday? I can't always be available when he wants me. This conversation's important. No one noticed the flash of irritation that crossed her face as she glanced at her phone. Anyway, she said, fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, why don't you boys call the doctor? Isn't she the one who handles the puppy's panic attacks? Exclamation point. Kair froze. Not her. Not again. Why? He stopped himself immediately. Right? Dogs don't speak human words after all. He had been reminded of that, again and again, through endless psychological torture and humiliation over the past few months. They had trained him to the point where his own brain automatically corrected any mistake he might make out of panic whenever those monsters were nearby. He shook his head desperately, trembling. Ouf! Ha! The sound of his barking instantly drew everyone's attention. It didn't take long for them to realize what it meant. He did not want the doctor there. Not even close. He had every reason to fear her, and yet... Ah! The four boys burst out laughing. He's so pathetic. Can you imagine carrying a baby for 9 months and this comes out? Poor mom, she didn't deserve such a disappointment. Why don't you just die already? Your family would be better off without you. You're disgusting. A walking trash bag. A mistake that shouldn't have been born. Looks like a homeless retard, dude. Everyone laughed. Everyone except Charlotte, who kept typing furiously on her phone with her back turned to them. The others cackled until their faces turned red, feeding off each other's cruelty while Kair's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. His soul was bleeding, he could feel it. And yet, maybe they were right. I mean, how pathetic does someone have to be to end up like this? To let things go this far? To have no pride, no dignity, no resistance left? You'd have to be an absolute failure. A worthless, useless, miserable excuse for a human being. A dog. His chest throbbed violently, the pain stabbing deep as his breathing quickened and vision blurred. His head felt light, his body heavy, his own pulse roaring in his ears. Oh, don't cry, puppy. Damn it. He hadn't even realized he was crying until the tears hit the floor. There's no need to panic. Like we said before, what kind of decent people would we be if we didn't respect the limits of an animal? Exactly. We'd never do anything you didn't want. As if, of course, we are joking. He knew it. Exclamation point. He didn't notice the sting until it was already too late. Something sharp pierced his left arm. His teeth clenched. Teet. The moment he looked, his breath froze. Doctor was smiling as the syringe emptied. Ellen, that was her nickname. The group's second girl. Both her parents were doctors, and she'd inherited their obsession. Even at her age, she already knew how to get her hands on some of their toys. This time, it was tranquilizer, strong enough to drop a grown man in under 10 seconds. Used on a 10-year-old? Immediate. Kair's muscles went slack almost instantly. His body went limp, useless, the weight of his own limbs unbearable. Even his mind slowed to a crawl. From a beaten dog to a discarded puppet. He couldn't even cry anymore. Ellen crouched down, grabbed her bag, and tossed a makeup kit to the others. Perfect. The gaps between the bars were just wide enough for their hands. And since Kair couldn't move, he's so ugly. Tell me about it. They started painting his face. No amount of makeup's gonna fix that. He looks worse than spoiled meat. But hey, we can at least make him presentable, right? Not possible. Then screw it, let's follow the law of nature. Give the rats what belongs to the rats. They smeared colors across his motionless face. Eyeshadow, lipstick, crude strokes from a brush that was never meant for skin. They scrawled idiot, stray dog, and puppy across his forehead in messy, colorful letters. By the end, he looked like something between a clown and a corpse. Done. A masterpiece. They stepped back, admiring their work, before bursting out laughing again, snapping pictures with their phones. The day couldn't have been better for them. Absolutely perfect. Thank God. Kaoru, barely conscious, felt a strange calm wash over him. His body was paralyzed, his breathing shallow, but for the first time in hours, maybe days, he felt at peace. In this numb, empty space in his head, the pain couldn't reach him. Nothing could. All he had to do was drift. Drift and wait for the flames of hell to dim for a while. It was dangerous. How good it felt to disconnect like this. How tempting it was to like it. Then everything went almost all dark. He didn't see, didn't feel, didn't even hear the sound of his body collapsing to the ground. The school bell rang, echoing down the hall. Already? Time flies when you're having fun. Normally, the training ended when that bell rang. Kaoru was supposed to go back to class before anyone noticed his absence, but this time was different. Hey, Charlotte, how long can you keep your quirk active? One of the boys asked. As long as I want. She slid her phone into her skirt pocket. Why? Isn't it obvious? The boy smirked. Both teachers for the morning classes didn't show up. No one knows we're here. Why not just leave him and come back later? Exclamation point. Kaoru froze. They couldn't be serious. He hadn't even had breakfast that morning, his stomach twisting with hunger, and now they were going to leave him here? For how long? Hours? Days? Unlikely, but he's learned not to doubt the character of these people over the past year. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Fine by me. Excellent. Did you hear that, dog? One of the boys knelt down, holding a phone right in front of Kaoru's face. Photos of him, humiliated and broken, plastered across the screen. Remember these, freak. If you try anything, they'll be all over social media. Every platform. Every group. Everywhere. Laughing, they all walked away, everyone except Charlotte. Kaoru's body began to respond again, fingers twitching weakly. Not that it mattered. He couldn't break through her quirk if he tried. No one could. When he finally managed to raise his head, their eyes met, hers calm, almost amused. She smiled faintly, flipped her hair back, and left too. Alone. He dropped his head and started to cry. Hashtag present day. Date 01/10/20XX. Time 9 a.m. Kaoru Inukai sighed. That day was fucking rough as hell. Language, Kaoru-san. Sorry. He is in the middle of a therapy session, sharing some of his unforgettable childhood experiences, and obviously not the good kind. But still, a small, genuine smile appeared on his therapist's face. That was excellent, Kaoru-san. You really opened up today and went deep into those painful memories without even flinching once. Compared to your first session, your progress is truly remarkable. I'm really happy and proud that you've been able to start letting go of all that trauma. He chuckled awkwardly. Not really. There's still a long way to go. Sure, I'm a lot better than I was 5 years ago, but everything he'd been forced to go through, everything he'd had to endure, even if the bullying had lasted only a year. You don't just forget something like that. It's impossible. I still have nightmares sometimes. I swear I can hear laughter that isn't there. My mind's still pretty messed up. But I couldn't stay that way forever, right? I couldn't keep making the people around me so sad. It took way too long for me to realize it, but I always had people who truly cared about me. And because of Theme decided it was worth fighting, even if it's just a little. Heh. Anna, his therapist, smiled faintly, though there was something bittersweet behind it. She could tell Kaoru still didn't value himself that much. Not once had he said he fought for himself. Always for others. And if you don't love yourself first, no one can do it for you. She rested her chin on her thumb. But tell me, Q, what did you even see in that girl that made you confess to her? You barely spoke twice that entire year, right? I was an idiot. He pointed to himself dramatically. I was thinking with the wrong head. Charlotte Lancelot. Back then, I only suspected, but after checking online later, I confirmed it. The Charlotte Lancelot who studied with me in elementary school, the one who made my life hell, was that Charlotte Lancelot. The daughter of the noble Lancelot family, from the Iron Curtain. Not just some girl with the same name or looks, the actual one. Pretty weird, don't you think, Anna? She's the heir to the richest family on the continent. She could have studied anywhere on the planet. He spread his arms wide. But for some reason, she studied with me at a public school. For a whole year. Now that's bizarre as hell when I think about it. And she was hot as hell back then. Language. Sorry. As I was saying, she was hot as hell. Anna sighed. He was definitely doing it on purpose. Charlotte had everything to attract attention. The perfect combination of beauty and curves, thanks to all her physical training. Oh, and of course, money. Can't forget that third asset. And me. Kair laughed at himself. The class clown here was just another fool who fell for her charms. Even worse, I was dumb enough to confess without ever having the guts to actually talk to her first. I was just a hormonal idiot, seeing only the surface, thinking with the lower half of my body. So yeah, I asked her out. Right in the middle of the school courtyard. During lunch break. Go ahead, Anna, call me dumb, stupid, whatever. I deserve it. I'm trash. I earned it. Go ahead, laugh. See, calm down, Kair. And of course, she rejected me. Brutally. As expected from the Ice Princess, that's what they called her. Even now, her words, her actions, they still echo in my head. The only good luck I had was that the next day was Saturday, no school. But when Monday came, he leaned back and rested his arms behind his head. My personal hell began. That whole experience, it's hard to find words for the humiliation and degradation I went through. But even in that darkness, I learned a few valuable lessons I still carry with me today. I matured. I grew from it. And I'll never make the same mistakes again. Oh. Now that made Anna smile for real. Finally, some confidence. Because a fool isn't the one who makes mistakes, it's the one who refuses to learn from them. You don't realize it, Kair, she said softly, but you have an incredibly strong mind and willpower. Me? She nodded. Because you're honest. Your smiles, your expressions, there's not a single trace of lies or falseness in them. And that, she thought, was beautiful. After everything you've been through, to still find the strength to climb out of the pit, without hating anyone, without holding a grudge, and just focusing on doing your best every day. She smiled again. I hope you know this, Keith. Exclamation point. Out of nowhere, she flashed him such a bright, warm expression that he felt his cheeks heat up. He quickly looked away. Anna was young, only 22. A prodigy who had entered college at 16 and graduated in psychology at 20. That's why, at first, Kair had found it hard to open up to her. Charlotte had, traumatized him a little when it came to talking to girls. You're honestly one of my favorite patients. He looked flustered, his usual shy smile refusing to fade. He lowered his head, trying to hide his face. Thanks, I'm just trying to live in a way I won't regret later. I don't want to keep missing opportunities because I was too scared to try. This time, I want to really fight back against that passiveness. Because if I've got time to hold grudges or wish someone harm, then I've got time to become a better version of myself, right? That's it. I want to invest in my future. No hate. No grudges. Just trying to be happy while I push out all that negativity. I don't want to lament my past, it won't change anyway. And if I've got time to let resentment blind me. He smiled faintly. I'd rather move on and try to be happy. Even just a little. Anna smiled back and nodded. Yes. And if you keep walking down that path, without taking the wrong turn again, you'll achieve every dream, old or new, that you set your heart on. Kair didn't reply, just smiled wider and nodded. Today, Kei Inukai is 16, exactly 1.80 meters tall. His once long black hair is now short and blonde, spiked up just below his ears, giving him a wild look that fits surprisingly well with his sharp, sky-blue eyes. He even sports piercings now. His ears look human these days, since he learned, a bit late but still, how to hide his canine mutations. The result? Let's just say the girls think he's very good-looking. Too bad he's still way too shy and traumatized to actually talk to them. At the moment, romance isn't on his to-do list. Well, Anna stood up. I think that's enough for today's extra session, don't you think? Why yeah. He stood too. In just over an hour, the UA entrance exam would begin and Kei had decided to take it. He still wasn't entirely sure if this was his true path, or if he'd even pass, but his journey toward redemption was far from over. He wanted to keep growing, keep learning, keep meeting new people, expanding his perspective until he could finally find his place in this world. And he believed there was no better place than UA to understand how society truly worked. If there were still things he feared, UA would teach him how to face them. Today, he would give his best shot at joining the greatest hero academy in Japan. And as for the extra part of today's session, Anna hadn't planned on working, but she made a special exception for him. She knew a final motivational talk might really help before his big test. I'll get going then, Anna. Thanks again. And here's your... She raised her hand. Nope. We've talked about this. You're not paying me for today. Consider it a favor between friends. But... No. It's Ju. No. Ray. No. Fifi. They both laughed. But hey, she said playfully, before you go, I've been wondering, how did that story end? How did you get out of that cage? Did you escape somehow, or did they come back and let you out? They didn't come back for shit. Language. Sorry. Maybe they did come back, who knows? All I know is when I finally got out, it was around 4:30 p.m., 7 hours after Charlotte locked me up. And how I got out? He paused. It was weird. Not weird exactly, but what I did was... They left the therapist's office. So, Kei, want me to give you a ride to UA? Wouldn't I be getting in your way? Not at all. She almost said, you forgot it's my day off, didn't you? But stopped herself. With Kei's fragile mental state, there was a real risk he'd take the joke seriously and spiral into guilt again. So, shall we go? Yeah. Location, Tokyo, Lancelot Residence. Time, 9:20 a.m. Date, 01/10/20XX. Long azure hair cascading just above her waist. Eyes bright and golden as molten metal. A perfectly symmetrical face framed by a sharp fringe. A body sculpted through years of training, discipline, and endless CrossFit sessions. Charlotte Lancelot was every bit the ideal of what a future heir to one of the most powerful families on Earth should be. Once she finished tying her twin ponytails with elegant golden ribbons, she took a final look in the mirror, nodded approvingly, grabbed her bag, and left her room. Good morning, Lady Charlotte. Good morning. Her tone was polite, yet distant, as she walked into the mansion's massive kitchen. For the big day ahead, the UA entrance exam, the staff had prepared a full royal breakfast, a buffet of everything imaginable, including all her favorite dishes. But the entire room froze when she casually picked up a single apple and headed for the door. See, Charlotte-sama? Why you're only having that? The UA exam starts in an hour, you should really eat something with more CA. No. The coldness in her voice could have frozen fire. The staff immediately straightened up. If you're so desperate for someone in this house to try your food, she said flatly, feed it to the dogs. I'm sure they'll appreciate it more than I would. Oh yeah, she'd woken up in a terrible mood. She barely had time to open her eyes before a certain Gigas Vermilion started bombarding her phone with voice messages one after another. Besides, she went on, biting into the apple, I'm not hungry enough for more than this. And honestly, you people should know by now that I hate when someone tries to tell me what's best for me as if they know me better than I do. Her golden eyes flicked across the room. You're not doing that, are you? And no, of course not, ma'am. We were just. Shut up. Instant obedience. Heads bowed. Silence. This is more than enough. Yeah, not even slightly ungrateful. But really, what were they supposed to say? If they want to keep their jobs? Nothing. She sighed softly. Honestly, someone like me shouldn't even have to waste time taking a regular entrance exam alongside a bunch of failures. But her lips curved into an amused, mocking grin. I couldn't exactly expect Daddy and Mommy recommended me, not after how antagonistic our relationship has been lately. Her father, Arthur Lancelot, is the number 2 ranked hero, second only to All Might. Normally, the children of the country's nobility are always recommended by their parents for the UA entrance exam, but not in this case. You could say that taking the standard test, away from her friends, was a sort of punishment. But maybe that's for the best. After all, an elite like me destroying a few training robots while surrounded by peasants in the basic entrance exam? That's comedy gold. Breaking All Might's record will be a nice addition to my resume anyway. She walked through the massive front doors, past the gates, nodding curtly to the guards and housekeepers before sliding gracefully into the back of a sleek limousine. Crossing her legs, she pulled out her phone, scrolled for a bit, and scoffed. PFT. Those idiots still don't get it, do they? Because of certain family wars, Charlotte's relationship with her parents had been complicated, to say the least, ever since she was 6. Their arrangement forced her to study in various public schools as part of a so-called gentleman's agreement between her and mostly her father. And through all that she ended up creating an army of followers. Yes, followers because friends or classmates? Out of every single person she met in that journey through public schools, she only ever considered one of them a friend. The rest could vanish tomorrow and she wouldn't care. The problem was that this one friend, Ellen Fernandez, had, just a week ago, added her into a special group chat, apologizing beforehand and saying she only did it because she couldn't stand those guys bothering her every single day, saying they wanted to catch up and relive the good old days from season middle. Every year, at the end of term, Charlotte, bound by that gentleman's agreement with her parents, would immediately switch schools and pretend the previous year never existed, cutting contact with everyone she'd met. Truth be told, it was always her choice to leave everything behind. So, it took her a while to even remember who those 4 boys were as they chatted in the app. Since all of them would be taking the UA entrance exam, they decided to meet up there to reminisce. You're gonna pay for this, Ellen. Oh, come on. Her friend had just climbed into the limousine herself. You should have seen their faces when they found out you'd transferred. She didn't tell us anything. She's not answering our calls or messages. Did something happen? Ellen, you live close to her, go talk to her. But, come on. You messed with their heads. In my defense, I held strong from age 11 to 15, but even I have limits, I had to give up eventually. She laughed. And honestly, she wasn't wrong. But, better than anyone, you know how much I hate this, don't you, Ellen? I can't stand stupid people. There's nothing worse than having to tolerate that kind of crowd, delusional dreamers who blur the line between reality and fantasy, chasing impossible expectations and then living for them. Ellen understood exactly what she meant. Ever since she'd added Charlotte to the group, the girl had been cold as ice toward the boys, sometimes going days without replying, and when she did, it was a simple yes or no. Nothing more. Those boys meant nothing to Charlotte. But from their perspective, they still believed, somehow, they could go back to being friends, like in that bizarre 5th grade year. They were idiots. Completely brain-dead idiots. And Charlotte had zero patience for that kind of behavior. Ellen snatched Charlotte's phone from her hand and tossed it onto the seat. Then let's talk about something more interesting if that pisses you off so much. Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Like what? This. Ellen placed her backpack on her lap, opened it, and pulled out a fashion magazine. Not just any magazine, but one Charlotte knew very well, having worked with that same agency a few years ago. Oh, that's... Yeah? My parents said they had a late birthday gift for me, an invitation to model for Constellation, personally offered by the agency's president himself. Though late might not be the right word since the offer was made 3 weeks ago, again, by the president himself. So, well before your birthday. Exactly. But, as always, since the two of them couldn't bother to clear a single day to celebrate with their daughter, and had far more important professional matters to deal with, they decided to omit the gift until last night, pretending it was some sort of surprise. Like that'd make up for forgetting my birthday. Again. She let out a bitter laugh. The funny part? It's not even a gift from them. It's not even a birthday present, since it didn't come from their own initiative. The timing from Constellation was just perfect, and my parents used it to buy my forgiveness with a fake, late gift, just to cover up the fact they completely forgot my special day. They don't even know what I'd want for my birthday if we're being honest here, so you must be wondering, why talk about something that frustrates me so much and call it interesting? Because I need to vent to someone. When they told me that last night, I had to fight every urge in my body not to throw everything I saw against the wall. The only reason I didn't was out of respect for the staff. At least one of them respects the employees. I see. Charlotte wanted to say something more to try to comfort her somehow, but she didn't know how. She had no idea where to even start. It wasn't like her birthdays were celebrated either, not since that day. So really, what could she possibly say to make things better? Different reasons, same pain. These two couldn't help each other with their family problems. All they could do was listen. Just listen and nothing more. Hashtag. Location, UA Academy. Time, 9:37 a.m. Date, 01/10/20XX. To avoid unnecessary attention, read, being stared at by literally everyone, they decided to leave the car 2 blocks away from the school gates. UA was a top-tier academy, a place where, under normal circumstances, only heirs of noble or wealthy families ever set foot in the hero course, thanks to their overwhelmingly powerful and unique quirks. Because of that, such elites rarely took the standard entrance exam, making it unnecessary for them to enter through the main gate. Charlotte's case, however, was a complete exception, thanks to her family problems. So, to draw less attention than she already would, arriving normally and blending in with the crowd was the better strategy. Avoiding unnecessary rumors was the goal. And yes, Ellen, being part of the same social elite, should have also entered by recommendation. She even received her invitation personally from Principal Nizu, but she chose to accompany her friend through this punishment instead. The place was packed. As they walked in, Charlotte and Ellen immediately noticed the campus was way more crowded than they'd expected. Then again, that was natural. It was UA, where only about 40 students managed to get into the hero course each year out of thousands of applicants. You know, Ellen, Charlotte began, every year, plenty of students fail to score high enough to get into the hero course and end up placed in the general studies classes instead. Funny thing is, many of them have quirks powerful enough to easily make it into the hero courses of most other academies in Japan. Which leads to the classic UA taunt. Our general studies course is better than your hero course. And honestly, that's not even completely untrue. Not a surprise, Ellen replied. It's only natural, Charlotte continued. In the end, no matter how talented some nobody might be, they can't, and never will, surpass an elite. Oh. Ellen already knew what she meant. 99% of the hero course students were heirs to noble families. They always passed the recommended admission exam easily, and the system naturally favored them over those taking the standard test. After all, who had a better chance of becoming a great hero? Someone who'd spent 15 years living an ordinary life, or someone raised in luxury, with a family quirk refined over 3 centuries of lineage, the best education money could buy: private tutors, combat instructors, etiquette lessons, languages, foreign internships, even genetic enhancements to improve their strength and speed, and access to the best scientists in the country to optimize their quirk's potential? The answer was obvious. Painfully obvious. The gap between those worlds made any competition laughably unfair. That's why people joked, though only one side found it funny, that UA's general studies students could easily outperform the hero courses of lesser schools. Many of these commoners, with absurdly strong quirks, stuck around only until the annual sports festival, because it's there that they have their last chance to dethrone someone from the hero course and take their place, not that it ever really happened. In 99.9% of cases, even when one elite was outshined by another, they were still leagues above any ordinary person. Looking around, Charlotte spat on the ground. She was anxious being surrounded by these people. Disgusted. Repulsed. She narrowed her eyes. We shouldn't even be in this dump. Ugh. Ellen gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, time to change the subject. So, what are you going to do, Charlotte? The boys, they're already here. Oh. She'd almost forgotten. Are we meeting them, or keeping our distance? Charlotte pressed a finger to her lips. She didn't really have anything to say to them, but aside from Ellen, she had no one else to talk to. Her actual close friends were all taking the recommendation exam instead. Well, there was one other person who might be here too, but they hadn't planned to enter together. So, like it or not, the Forgotten Quartet might at least make the time pass faster. Okay, where are they? Ellen took out her phone. I'll text them to say we've arrived and ask where they are. Got it. I said shut up already. Huh. They both turned toward the shouting. A green-haired boy and a blonde one were walking side by side, or rather, arguing loudly, drawing every eye in the area toward them. Stop following me, you damn broccoli. I'm not following you, you screaming blonde demon. Charlotte just shrugged and looked away from Izuku and Katsuki. The Forgotten Quartet had gathered under a large tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves, scattering soft patterns across the ground as the cool morning breeze brushed their hair. They sat around a table when, hey! Turning around, they spotted Ellen and Charlotte approaching. Unlike the Lancelot heiress, Ellen had stayed in touch, mainly because she'd kept attending the same school. Sure, she was from a wealthy family too and could have chosen far superior institutions, but she preferred the lighter routine of public schools. It made her hectic life a bit more manageable. So it wasn't surprising that she'd been ignored less. The boys immediately stood up, smiling widely as they went to greet their old friend they hadn't seen in nearly 5 years. However, the moment they stepped forward, Charlotte raised her right hand. A single, sharp motion, like a stop sign. You all know I was never the type for hugs, kisses, or all that sappy nonsense. That hasn't changed one bit. Truth was, she didn't want to be hugged by them. They got the message immediately. Looks like the Ice Princess was still as frozen as ever. Yeah, guess you were never the most emotional one around, one of them admitted. That's putting it very mildly. But, Charlotte extended her hand, how about a handshake instead? I guess that works. One by one, she shook their hands. The boys couldn't hide their smiles at seeing her again. Soon enough, they all sat around the table. Just like the good old days, one said brightly. Ellen arched an eyebrow. Good old days? Can we really call one single year that? And it wasn't even that genuine of a year, was it? Of course we can, another laughed. That year was amazing. We did so many things, traveled all over the country, went to so many parties, concerts. Honestly, I thought our little gang would stay together for years and rule that school. Charlotte rolled her eyes. They were only listing superficial memories, things she had paid for. There hadn't been a single moment of real friendship. And to be fair, there never was. It would have been great to keep that going for years, but unfortunately we lost touch. Yeah, the school was never the same without you. Tell me about it, especially our group. And, please, don't get the wrong idea, one of them began, his tone almost pleading. We're not trying to make you look like a fool or anything like that. It's not like we suddenly want to hang out with you again just because we lost influence or status without you around. We know that's what you probably think, and honestly, can't even blame you for it. You'd be completely right. We've always been a bunch of selfish assholes, and we're not ashamed to admit that 99% of the time, we only cared about our own gain. He exhaled slowly. But maybe this is that rare 1% where we don't. We just miss you, Charlotte. Yeah, another chimed in, forcing a faint smile. Being around you is nice. We just wish things could go back to how they were. Charlotte narrowed her eyes in silence. There was a reason for that kind of devotion. Those four were broken long before she ever met them. Kids from toxic, abusive homes who spent more time on the streets than in their own beds, tangled up with all the wrong kinds of people. They came to school angry, directionless, desperate to take out their frustration on whoever crossed their path. Lost, really, until Charlotte showed up. There are many types of leaders in the world, and plenty of ways to make others bend to your will. Exploiting someone's weakness, their hunger for affection, validation, attention, is one of the most effective. Charlotte knew that well. She made them feel special, like they were rare gems, one of a kind. She treated them with warmth and care, spoiled them with attention, affection, parties, and gifts, everything they lacked at home. The truth? She was searching for something back then. She thought she might find it in one of them. Getting close was easy, she just had to give them what they craved the most. And in the process, she created something far stronger than she expected: loyalty, gratitude, dependence. They owed her everything, or so they believed. And in return, she could use them like chess pieces, bend them as easily as their own quirks. Whatever she asked for, they obeyed without question. Of course, she knows all that. The plan worked perfectly. What she didn't expect was that, even after all these years, the spell would still hold, that they'd still look at her like that. Not just as a leader, as a friend. Cute, right? Not cute. Pathetic. Her lips curled into a silent laugh. They're pathetic. Not even a flicker of emotion stirred in her chest. She'd always hated stupid people. Still, maybe that lingering loyalty could be useful. If they somehow managed to pass the UA entrance exam, not that she believed they would, they could serve some purpose again. Derek was the only one she thought had a real chance, but even then his moral compass made him unreliable. Then suddenly she smiled. Wide, bright, almost radiant. A fake, plastic grin that fooled everyone except Ellen. Oh wow. Charlotte brought a hand to her chest with theatrical surprise. I had no idea you still thought of me that way. I'm really touched, honestly. Times have changed, but that means a lot to me. And if we all pass the entrance exam, she paused for effect, it'll be a pleasure to bring the old team back together again. Yeah. Count on it. Ellen let out a quiet sigh. Heh. Charlotte, my friend, you really are a first-class manipulator. Well then, Charlotte said sweetly, since we've still got time before the test starts, why don't we catch up a bit? Maybe walk around and explore the campus. Yeah, I don't see why. He stopped mid-sentence. The others froze too. Because just a few feet away, walking past them with his hands in his pockets, was a boy, calm, confident, oblivious to their presence. But that little scar on his right cheek, the one they had caused years ago without wanting to, but still, was unmistakable. The way he moved, the look in his eyes, even the shape of his face, older, sharper now, but undeniably familiar. That guy. Wait, no way. Inukai. Their eyes widened as old memories crashed down. The bullying, the laughter, the cruelty. Did they feel ashamed? Guilty? Ellen maybe. The others? Not a chance. After all, guilt requires empathy. They stared in stunned silence as the realization slowly settled. He had left school after 5th grade. No contact since then. And now, 5 years later, he shows up here, at UA, of all places, taking the same entrance exam? Destiny, it seems, had a dark sense of humor. Then, as soon as the shock passed, what the hell's that lunatic doing here? Dressed like that with a backpack? He's here for the exam? You're kidding me. They could barely contain their laughter. Someone who used to cry and beg like a scared mutt, trying to be a hero? What a joke. And just like that, the same cruel laughter from 5 years ago returned. The same sneering tone, the same predatory excitement. Why don't we remind him of his place? Yeah, like the good old days. Best way to kill time before the test starts. Ellen frowned. Are you serious right now? You're really gonna pick on him again just because? Because it's fun, one interrupted, grinning. Yeah. Great stress relief. And come on, he's too much of a coward to fight back anyway. And what's with that tone, Ellen? You used to be the first to say yes. That was 5 years ago, she snapped back. She hated herself for it. For ever being one of them. For hurting someone just to vent her anger at her parents, her suffocating life, her endless duties. She tortured him to feel better about her own misery, and now the shame burned deep. If she could go back, she'd make her 10-year-old self suffer just to teach her what respect meant. But even with her quirk, changing the past wasn't possible. Sometimes she'd thought about finding him online, apologizing. But every time she remembered what she'd done, the cruelty, the fear, the pain, she realized she didn't deserve forgiveness. She didn't even deserve to ask for it. Living with the guilt was the least she could do. God, what the hell was I thinking? I used to drug him almost every day. I didn't even know how strong those shots were that time. That could have gone horribly wrong. Don't worry, one of them laughed. You probably just forgot. Forgot? Yeah. Forgot how fun it is to mess with the mutt. And for that reason alone, Ellen didn't feel even a shred of pity when Charlotte played them like puppets. Step on them harder, girl. Then let's go, one shouted. Before Ellen could stop them, Charlotte slammed both palms on the table and stood up sharply. See, Charlotte? Ellen gasped. Hey! Charlotte called out, raising her arm. Puppy! Over here! Come here! Hashtag. And he heard it. Exclamation point. Wait a second. That voice, that nickname. Puppy. Holy shit. Don't tell me. But Karu's heart thumped hard against his chest. I'm screwed. Slowly as he turned toward the voice. He'd been so focused on the upcoming exam that he didn't even realize he'd walked right past all those unpleasant faces, and of course, they made sure not to let that mistake go unnoticed. Oh God! Come here, puppy. From an outsider's view, the nickname, puppy, might sound cute, maybe even affectionate, something a friend would call him because of his canine-like features. But as we know, the real reason is much darker than that. That's Charlotte, isn't it? It had been years since he last saw her, but it was impossible to forget those sharp, striking facial features. She'd somehow managed to become even more beautiful than before. No, not just more beautiful, her curves had also grown exponentially. Beauty doesn't beat character, damn it. He made the fatal mistake of believing that 5 years ago, and met depression face to face because of it. No way in hell. He was not falling into that trap again. I'm not stupid. Just look like it. Hey puppy. He turned and bolted. Gone. Out of there. Full speed ahead. Come back here. Nope. Get away from me, you succubus. Hashtag. Ha ha ha. The four boys burst out laughing again. Once a coward, always a coward. He's already disappeared over the horizon. Running's the one thing he's always been good at. Hashtag. Karu stormed down the hallways. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I didn't feel anything. Everyone can go to hell. It was all just a trauma-induced hallucination. Yeah, like fate would mess with me that bad. Impossible. He was ready to deny reality as long as humanly possible. I can't afford any distractions now. I have to pass this test. I need to keep overcoming my traumas, and I won't let anyone stop me. He placed a hand over his chest, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply, standing still until the rapid pounding of his heart began to ease. Even after 5 years of therapy, constant support from his parents, and a long journey of self-recovery, learning to smile again, to value himself, to rebuild his confidence from absolute zero. Just seeing that group's faces was enough to make his legs shake and his stomach twist. Huh. Damn it. Some aren't so easy to leave behind, huh? I'm like one of those inflatable dancing guys right now. When Charlotte shouted his name, his vision blurred, and for a second he nearly collapsed right there. His legs were trembling, his heart racing, like he could hit the floor any moment. But then, he slapped his cheeks a few times. There was no way he'd let this break him today of all days. All the sacrifices, all the progress I made. He clenched his eyes shut. None of it would be in vain. I won't let anxiety defeat me. I won't let bad memories defeat me. I won't let old demons defeat me. I made promises, and I'll fight to make them real, no matter what fear throws at me. No matter what happens. No matter what's ahead. At least until tonight, I'll keep my head held high no matter what. Then once he's home safe, he can scream, I saw the damn boogeyman. Hashtag. A short while later, Charlotte's group entered the building as well, each taking different routes. The first exam would be written, so they split off down separate hallways in search of the rooms assigned to them on registration day. Charlotte walked slowly, her expression thoughtful, her mind flooded with the image of a certain boy, now with golden hair and those same fierce, stormy blue eyes. She sighed, her hand resting behind her head as the air left her lips in defeat. He's back. The one who had come the closest, by a long shot, had suddenly reappeared in her life after 5 whole years. And what the hell did I do? She acted exactly the same way she'd learned to act since that day, even when she should have dropped the mask, bowed her head, apologized, and, for once in her life, been honest with someone. I couldn't. Not even close, actually. Maybe it's too late now. No matter the reasons, I've spent years acting like this, and it's not easy to just stop being the person I built myself into as a reaction to that. It's not even about pride. Unfortunately, it's just a behavior that's become as natural as breathing. She clenched both fists tightly. If the chance ever comes again, no matter how hard it is, she'll have to face those problems head-on. If she ever wants even the slightest chance to take back some control over her life. For better or worse, the mask has to come off. She sighed and slowly began scanning the room numbers on the doors. Not this one. Not that one either, or that one. She still hadn't found her assigned room, but she had found something kinda impressive? Massive. A total giant. Just standing there was intimidating enough. The man, nearly 2 meters tall, walking toward her looked like a full-on battle tank, ready to demolish anything in his path. Charlotte froze in place, watching in awe as the African giant walked past her and continued on. Dear God. Yeah, she could really expect all kinds of people to show up at UA today. Hashtag. This is it. She placed her hand on the doorknob, turned it, and stepped inside, noticing about 50 chairs arranged in 5 rows of 10. I doubt they usually cram this many students into one class. Must be just to fit as many participants as possible. And, as expected, she didn't know a single person. Not one. Then again, with the UA receiving applicants from all over Japan, and even overseas, it'd be hard to find anyone familiar unless they'd come together. Oh. No, there was one familiar face. A girl with long, pale pink hair flowing down to her mid-back, her bangs resting neatly above her forehead, and beautiful blue eyes that enhanced her delicate beauty. She was, without a doubt, gorgeous, but what shocked everyone around her wasn't her looks. It was the fact that she was here. After all, every Iron Curtain heir is usually admitted through recommendation, not by taking the regular entrance exam alongside the commoners. Their abilities completely break the hierarchy. Many of them, even at 15, are stronger than most pro heroes. And of course, the murmuring only grew louder when another heir of the Iron Curtain appeared, and sat right beside Adelaide Todoroki. No one had dared to sit there before. But one single glare from Charlotte was enough to shut them all up. With that settled, she turned to her friend. 2 falleners is calling each other, huh, Adelaide? Adelaide closed her eyes and gave an awkward chuckle. Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. So, how've you been, Charlotte? We could talk about a lot of things right now, but knowing my dear friend as well as I do, I know there's no way you'd ever feel comfortable sharing our daily lives with this bunch of unworthy people, listening to what we do or don't do in our free time. So, I can only imagine one other topic we could discuss while we wait for the teacher to show up. Your deadline was today, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, the deadline had indeed passed. So, did you manage to find it? No words were needed. Adelaide could read the answer perfectly on Charlotte's face. Look. Adelaide reached over and put a hand on her friend's shoulder. You shouldn't be sad about it. I know it's frustrating, but you really tried. You even went against your parents' will, put yourself in a really uncomfortable position with them. Don't feel bad about that, because who knows, maybe you'll still find him? After all, she smiled softly, we should never underestimate destiny, right? What if something happens before midnight? Charlotte didn't believe a word of it. Not even a little. Things like destiny, or miracles that happen when all hope is lost, only exist in fairy tales. In movies. In stories doomed from the start to have their neatly packaged happy endings. And her life had been anything but that. The deaths of Elizabeth and Sophie were proof enough. What's worse is I'll have to see that smug, victorious grin on my father's face, silently screaming, I told you so. You stupid girl. You really thought you'd find something like that in the trash heap? And worse, you dragged our family's name through the mud by attending schools with teachers dumber than your train of thought. I mean, I'm not exactly giving up, she muttered, because even though the deadline ended today, I can still buy some time before the UA classes actually start, but I won't have any more expectations. My father was probably right. That guy probably never even existed. Whatever happens, good or bad. She shrugged. I'm fine with it. Her voice was defeated as she slumped over the desk, resting her head on her folded arms. What a shitty day. Gigas being gigas, my dad as annoying as ever, the servants acting like they know what's best for me, surrounded by mediocre idiots for hours. And to top it all off, Puppy gave me the cold shoulder. The first time a guy ever ignored me in 15 years. Oh, the pain of rejection. There's a first time for everything in this damn life. I get it. Adelaide smiled softly and brushed her fingers through Charlotte's hair. If you need anything, I'm here. Yeah, thanks, I guess. Charlotte pulled out her phone, scrolling aimlessly while her thoughts spiraled. Funny how I call people stupid and delusional when I probably spent 10 years of my life being stupid myself, living in a damn illusion instead of reality. Well, she shrugged. Screw it. I'm a hypocrite anyway. Don't care. 10 minutes later, the teacher finally walked in, telling the class that if anyone still had questions, they'd better use the next 2 or 3 minutes wisely, because once the written exam started, not even a single would be allowed. Neither Charlotte nor Adelaide opened their books. It wasn't like they just found out their parents wouldn't recommend them yesterday's. They'd known that for years, 5, to be exact. They already knew everything they needed. The room was packed, 50 out of 49 seats filled. Looked like one poor soul was running late, and the entrance time had already passed. But just as they were grabbing their pens, wait! Ha! The door burst open and Karu stumbled in, panting hard, drawing every eye in the room. P. Professor! He ran up to the front. Be before you kick me out. He pulled 6 papers from his pocket. I swear, I went to one room, they sent me to another, then to another, changed my name to freakin' ping-pong ball without mercy, and made me run up and down like a complete idiot. A wave of quiet laughter spread through the classroom. The teacher took the papers, glancing over them. Yes. Because of the sheer number of registered candidates, our system bugged out and ended up duplicating several students' names. Some rooms ended up with a ghost extra student, so to speak. We only noticed this after distributing the papers. The teachers received the correct attendance sheets, but I imagine you were one of the affected ones, sent from room to room because your name didn't match any of the attendance sheets, right? Exactly. Each teacher gave me new instructions and, well, I got screwed over. I see. Very well. Take a seat. If there's an issue, I'll explain it to the administration. Thank you. I almost had a heart attack. There's one empty seat left, and since it's still vacant, it's probably yours. Get ready, the exam's about to begin. Yes, sir. That bright grin on his face instantly vanished the moment he turned around. This is bullshit. An endless joke. A circus where I'm the eternal clown. Charlotte was smiling and tapping the desk beside her, the only empty seat. He put his hand on his face. Actually, it was more like a slap. A loud one. The whole class heard it, but he didn't have a choice. With a defeated sigh, Kaoru walked forward. Hey, puppy, ever heard of karma? Charlotte teased as he sat down. You were the first person to ever ignore me in my entire life, hurt my feelings even. Such a terrible behavior that the universe itself decided to give you a beautiful taste of karma. Her grin widened. You're stuck sitting next to me for the next 2 or 3 hours. He didn't say a word, just buried his face in his hands. Oh. Charlotte rested her chin on her fist, smiling slyly. Gonna ignore me again? If one's good, two's even better. I can't wait to see what your second karma will be. Karma? Yeah. If anything, it's just bad luck. The so-called Mr. Destiny is just some prankster who loves laughing at me. And he's been cracking up ever since I was born, I swear. All right. The teacher's voice boomed, silencing the room. Time's up. Let's begin the written exam. Hashtag. In other classrooms, Izuku, Katsuki, and Akin were also getting ready. Hashtag. And not only the written exam as well as the first part of the entrance exam for UA. Location, UA Academy. Date, 01/10/20XX. Characters, Kaoru and Charlotte. And so, the written exam finally began. 3 long hours of pure torment. Yeah, it wasn't going to be easy. The young aspiring heroes will face a mountain of pages filled with questions from every subject imaginable, and the classroom echoed with frustrated groans and muttered curses. Every few minutes, a teacher barked at them to keep quiet. At least 5 proctors patrolled the room like hawks, making sure no one tried to get clever and cheat. Inukai was definitely smart. A solid 7.7 average across every subject proved he was no slouch. Well, almost every subject. There was one that mercilessly dragged his grades down. God damn it. Chemistry. He hated chemistry with every fiber of his being. No matter how much he studied, it just wouldn't stick. It was his personal Achilles heel, the one class he only passed thanks to extra credit and projects. And even then, it was usually by the skin of his teeth, blood, sweat, and tears included. Sure, he was confident about the other exams, but this was the UA entrance exam. A single failing grade could tank his entire future. There were thousands of applicants out there. He couldn't afford a red mark, not even one. I've never scored a 6 in chemistry without massive help. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as his eyes darted around, desperately searching for anything that could save his ass. Exclamation point. Fate. Fate. Screw you, fate. Right beside him sat a girl with long, flowing blue hair, calmly answering chemistry questions with a serene, confident expression. The kind that screamed, "This is easy. Bastard." Charlotte Lancelot. Sure, she had gone to public schools all her life, but that didn't mean she didn't get private tutoring at home. In fact, her parents had made sure of it. And it paid off. The mix of classroom learning and high-end private lessons made her scary smart. This written test? Child's play for people like her, and Adelaide, too. So what now? Kaoru couldn't exactly talk to her. And even if he could, why the hell would Charlotte Lancelot ever help him? The same Charlotte who used to laugh at his screw-ups like they were the funniest thing in the world? If anything, she'd flash that sadistic grin of hers, the one that used to haunt his nightmares. But then again, he was already screwed, wasn't he? What did he have to lose? To hell with it. Desperate times, desperate measures. Still holding his pencil, he started tapping it against the desk, softly, rhythmically, in patterns only someone sitting right next to him could notice. He timed each tap carefully, making sure it looked like nothing more than random frustration whenever a teacher walked by. Charlotte noticed immediately. This is Morse code. For the love of God, how do you solve question 2 in chemistry? Charlotte's lips curled into a wide smile, and Kaoru's heart stopped. That smile could mean anything. And among those possibilities, how many weren't mocking him? Hard to tell. Just as he was about to give up. Exclamation point. She tapped back. The one with Faye 304. Yes, it was multiple choice. Number 2. It was his last option. Typical. Maybe that's why he sucked at chemistry. Wait a damn second. Was she messing with him? Or was that genuine? He couldn't tell. Charlotte had fed him wrong answers before, many times actually. She and her little group had gotten him into serious trouble back in the day. That's why the succubus laughed. Huh. She's not gonna trick me this TI. No. But then he looked at her again. Something about her expression felt different. This time, she actually looked honest. Maybe not entirely, but there was a hint of sincerity there that hadn't been before. Oh, screw it. He went with option 2. If he was going to get it wrong anyway, might as well go down with the more convincing lie. Exclamation point. Another tap from her. I remember you were pretty good at history. Honestly, I suck at memorizing dates. He blinked, caught off guard that she had started the conversation, this time. It took him a few seconds to even react. Then he tapped back. Yeah, I remember. You used to make me put your name on my history tests, and when I complained, you'd say I'd ace the makeup exam anyway, so we both won. Smart as you. PFFFFTT. Exclamation point. Charlotte clapped both hands over her mouth, shoulders shaking as she tried, and failed, to suppress a laugh, making every student and teacher present in the room to look at her. Miss? Is something wrong? Ha, and no. Nothing. She raised her left hand. Sorry. One of the questions just reminded me of a hilarious personal experience. I'll keep quiet from now on, Professor, promise? Alright, okay then. Exclamation point. Kair's eyes widened. As she raised her hand to apologize, everyone naturally followed the movement of her left hand. This is important to note, because with her right hand in front of her lips, she began to make signs. Sign language. A for question 3, D for 4, C for 5. And erase the first one. It's B. She's. Startled, he looked back down at his paper. Charlotte did the same. 15 quiet minutes passed. Neither said a word. Then, with the teachers distracted again, Kair swallowed hard. He really was an idiot. You brought up history. Need a hand? Yeah. Why do you think I made you put my name on your tests? I can't remember dates to save my life. Even if I answer the rest right, they'll dock me for that. And now these bastards added stuff about Germany, Italy, England, Africa. I don't know jack about any of that. Oh. There it was, a side of the brutal Ice Princess Lancelot he'd never seen before. And honestly, he didn't hate it. It showed she wasn't some untouchable prodigy. She got frustrated too. Human. Flustered. Even kind of funny when she pouted like that. When she noticed his amused look, she shot him an irritated glare that only made him chuckle under his breath. No way she could intimidate him with that face, and judging by her expression, she wasn't trying to. Charlotte snorted softly, then let out a small laugh. And just like that, they kept going, silent, subtle, using Morse code, signs, and fleeting glances to guide each other through the exam. Question after question, helping one another in their weakest subjects, saving precious time and effort. Maybe fate wasn't screwing him over this time after all. No. Still too early to say that for sure. Hashtag. With Izuku and Bakugo. By some twist of fate, the two ended up in the same room for the written exam. It almost felt like déjà vu. After all, back when they were kids, they'd spent countless camp days side by side, learning things like Morse code and sign language just for fun. Now, those childhood skills were about to come in handy. Just like Charlotte and Kair, they started a silent operation. A tap here, a blink there, a twitch of the fingers that only they could recognize. For a while, it worked like a charm, until a certain teacher decided to stroll right between their desks. I must say, the man began, voice calm but sharp as a blade, you two deserve credit for managing to communicate so discreetly for this long. That level of coordination is impressive. So much so that I'd hate to disqualify you. It would be a waste of potential heroes with such talent. But his tone hardened. This exam isn't a team effort. Both froze. With the same polite composure, the teacher asked Midoriya to switch seats with a girl 2 rows away. The snickers that followed were like knives. Nothing lethal, but humiliating enough. Even the traitor Katsuki laughed too. Eventually, silence settled again as everyone returned to their papers. An hour passed. Then another. No one dared move. This was UA after all, the most prestigious hero academy in the country. Sure, the practical exam was more important on paper, but the written portion could make or break a candidate's chances if scores were close. A tiebreaker, a decider, every question mattered. At exactly 2 hours and 20 minutes in, Bakugo stood up first. A few seconds later, Midoriya followed. Instantly, the teachers exchanged suspicious glances. Really? These two again? If they hadn't known better, they might have demanded both demonstrate their quirks right there, just to make sure no telepathy was involved. But they let it go, collected the papers, and sent them on their way. #Izuku, you little shit. Bakugo's roar thundered down the hallway, echoing through the building so hard that half the examinees lifted their heads in alarm. Midoriya barely turned before a furious blonde finger was already pointed straight at his face. I swear to God, if I'd been disqualified because of you. Wait. Don't go blaming me for this, Kaken. You agreed to the plan, remember? If I recall correctly, you said yes. So don't you dare dump the blame all on me, you overgrown rage monster. The plan was yours. The idea was yours. If you can't give orders properly, don't try to be a damn leader in the first place, you son of a... Midoriya blinked. Okay, that was new. He had only meant to tease Bakugo, not start a partnership back then in the classroom. It was supposed to be a quick joke, a way to lighten the tension after that cursed math question. But when Bakugo actually said, "Don't make me regret this," and went along with it, yeah, that was unexpected. And now this? If you can't be a leader, don't try to be one? Coming from him? Izuku couldn't help but smirk. One of Katsuki's life mantras is, "Don't give me orders," perhaps even more than die. So, Izuku finds it somewhat surprising that Bakugo shouted this at him, showing that he must be the only person in the world that Katsuki trusts enough to confide in. What's so funny? Bakugo snapped, leaning in, sparks crackling from his palms. You think I'm joking? Wanna die? Oh no, nothing, Kaken. Midoriya bit back a laugh, shaking his head. Nothing at all. There were still a few minutes before the practical exam began, so they made a quick stop at the cafeteria. It had been nearly 3 hours since breakfast, and hunger was starting to gnaw at them. The smell of fries filled the air, mixing with the fizz of soda bottles being opened. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter, the kind of low, nervous energy that hangs before something big. Sitting across from each other, surrounded by trays of fries and Coke bottles, they flipped through notebooks, quizzing each other on the trickier questions. What about that math one? I got the same answer. And geography? Spain. They both nodded, flipping pages. The exam had been long, but manageable. Nothing nightmarish. The real battle, though, the one that truly mattered, was coming next. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, kicked his feet onto the table, and exhaled sharply. This next part? Easy. Too easy, judging by the smirk spreading across his face. No one here can touch me. Hell, I wish those stuck-up, silver spoon bastards who think they're too good to be here had shown up. I'd love to wipe their smug faces in the dirt. Mainly a certain Senna Adamus. He tilted his head toward Midoriya. And yeah, I'm including you, nerd. Midoriya grinned. Oh, then how about a bet, Kaken? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. A bet? Nothing crazy, Izuku said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Whoever scores higher on the practical exam wins. And the loser, he paused for effect, has to show up on the last day of school at Aldra wearing Midnight's hero costume. Full set. For a second, there was silence. Then Bakugo exploded into laughter. Bah, Midoriya, you perverted piece of shit. He slammed the table. If you secretly like dressing up in women's clothes and needed an excuse, I'm honored you choose me to help fulfill your weird little dream. You're gonna regret this. Your family'll disown you. Your mom will flee the country. Izuku smirked. Keep talking, Kaken. You just sealed your own doom. Oh yeah? We'll see who's laughing when you're strutting around in fishnets, nerd. Their voices rose, the argument echoing through the cafeteria. A few students stared. What is these two problem? Hashtag 2 hours and 20 minutes into the exam, the first to stand up was Kei Inukai, the man himself. He handed in his paper and bolted, not even glancing back. 5 minutes later, after double-checking a few answers, especially the ones she'd gotten from Kei, Charlotte rose too. Hashtag. As she left the room, she didn't notice him anywhere in the hallway and a hint of frustration was visible. She already knew it would be difficult, almost impossible in fact, but she held on to a small hope that he might be waiting for her here. Yes, she had treated him very badly a few years ago and she wasn't going to play dumb or innocent about it since she was fully aware of her actions. But, believe it or not, she had a specific reason for those actions, and upon seeing him again today, which was definitely not part of the plan, she, finally, saw a chance to explain some things, but I guess I can't blame him for avoiding me. Not at all. She sat on the bench, picked up her cell phone, turned it on, and, out of curiosity, she started searching a few of the questions online, comparing Kei's answers with the official results. Her brow arched. I knew he was smart, but not this smart. Everything he'd passed her during the exam was spot on. Not a single mistake. History, geography, biology, all perfect. In exchange, she'd saved his skin in chemistry, math, and physics. Between the two of them, they'd practically split the exam 50-50, shaving hours off their workload. Adelai's probably still taking the test, her phone's off. Opening the chat, she started typing. Hey. So, I ran into some old classmates when I got here. We decided to hang out after the exam, and honestly, I'd rather you didn't meet them. It's nothing personal, just, they're not exactly the kind of people I want mixing with my real friends. Talk later, okay? Good luck on the rest of the test. She hit send. Then, switching to the group chat she shared with the boys, typed another message. Done with the written part. Meet me at the bleachers near Court 18 when you're finished. Then, her stomach growled in protest. Oh. She hadn't eaten breakfast. She'd been too annoyed when she woke up to stomach anything the staff had prepared. Now though, hunger was hitting back with a vengeance. Charlotte sighed and got up, brushing off her skirt. She felt a little dumb now too. Guess I'll grab something to eat first. And with that, she headed toward the cafeteria. Hashtag. A few minutes later, basketball court number 18. 3-on-3 then? When they arrived, the court was completely empty. Not surprising, the practical exam wasn't far off, and most students were probably holed up somewhere, focusing. Still, everyone had their own way of preparing for a big competition. Some preferred total mental isolation, others liked to relax their bodies with some physical activity to burn off the nerves. That's what the kindest group of people on the planet had decided on. A quick, friendly basketball match to kill time. The problem was, come on Ellen. Don't be such a buzzkill. The silver-haired girl sighed, tossing both arms behind her head as her long hair fluttered lazily in the wind. I don't like sports. I'm terrible at them. I can't dribble, can't throw, can't even walk without tripping over my own feet. I'll just embarrass myself, so I'm staying right here. One of the boys clicked his tongue. Then how the hell do you plan to be a hero with that lazy attitude? One thing has nothing to do with the other. It totally does. No, it doesn't. Oh, screw you. Let's just find someone else walking by. Charlotte sighed. It's not like she was all that excited to play either, but she was going to pass the practical exam regardless. Her quirk was absurdly powerful, perfectly balanced between offense and defense, with massive support potential on top of that. It was easily Japan's second strongest quirk, right behind One for All, and without question one of the best in the world for its sheer power and versatility. So yeah, she was going to pass. Charlotte Lancelot would crush anyone unlucky enough to end up in her test block. Nothing short of first place, absolute, undisputed first, was acceptable for a Lancelot taking a standard entrance exam. Sure, Adelaide was here too. But comparing the two girls? Not even close. In fact, it wasn't just Adelaide. No one in the country could compare to Charlotte Lancelot. She was the number one, easily the strongest and most talented heir of the Iron Curtain, the most powerful hero prospect in Japan. So, even if she didn't know how to play, she'd agreed to the match just to kill time. She flexed her fingers, closing and opening her hand a few times as her so-called friends wandered off to recruit new players while Ellen scrolled on her phone in the bleachers. Fate and fate. The others hadn't noticed yet, but when Charlotte lifted her head, she spotted a certain Inukai walking along the left side of the court. Instantly, a smile spread across her lips. They'd been running into each other a lot lately, hadn't they? Not that I'm complaining, she murmured, grin widening. If she hadn't been in the mood to play before, she definitely was now. Hey puppy. Hashtag. What the hell, man? Why? Seriously, why? The more he tried to avoid her, the more he somehow ran into her. It was like bad luck had developed a sense of humor. God damn it. Slowly, Keir turned toward the court, only to see not just Charlotte, but also the four idiots, all of them grinning from ear to ear the moment they spotted him. He narrowed his eyes. This time they looked ready. Like they weren't going to let him slip away even if he tried. And in the middle of them, Charlotte was motioning him over with a single finger. He shouldn't go. He knew he shouldn't. The smart, logical thing to do would be to turn around and run as fast as he could before they noticed him. But who said he could? Who said he had the guts to? He brought a trembling hand to his chest. Some traumas don't fade easily. And seeing all six of them there, their expressions, their gestures, their laughter, so painfully similar to how they'd been back in 5th grade, all those scars he'd spent years burying suddenly came erupting back like a volcano tearing through the surface. And before he knew it, his body was already walking toward them. Back then in 5th grade he'd learned the worst possible way to obey them. To follow every command, no matter how absurd or cruel. And right now he was doing exactly that. Sure, he'd gone through therapy. He'd healed, at least that's what he told himself. But it's never that simple, is it? Not when the nightmare comes back out of nowhere. He let out a shaky sigh. His heart felt like it was about to burst. Focus, Keir. Stay calm. Don't fall apart. You're not that kid anymore. It's hard as hell, almost impossible, but if I can't completely avoid them, if I'm still too weak to ignore them entirely and break the curse they left on me 5 years ago, then I have to at least keep it together, even if deep down I just want to cry and run away. Stand tall. You're in control. They're not ruining your day. They're not making you quit. Not again. Not today. You're not letting them keep destroying your life. He swallowed hard, lifted his head, and whispered to himself, "Be strong, man." And then he walked toward the court. Hashtag, scared of a third karma this time? It took him a moment to respond. When he finally did, a shaky, awkward laugh escaped him. He stared at the ground instead of Charlotte. I told you that's not real. I'm just unlucky, I guess. Somehow, no matter where I go, I keep running into you. Oh, you didn't look so unlucky when I gave you all the answers for math, physics, and chemistry, though. Technically, she wasn't wrong, but right now, he wasn't so sure. Huh? When I get my test back next week and see that all the answers you gave me were wrong, I'll definitely stop feeling lucky then. Wow. Charlotte raised a brow, genuinely intrigued. So even thinking I was feeding you wrong answers, you still give me all the correct ones? Yeah, I'm kind of an idiot. She laughed. That much I already know. Better than anyone. But this time, she continued, I didn't mess anything up. At least, not on purpose. Those 3 subjects are a pain, all formulas and equations. It's possible I made a mistake somewhere, sure. But if I did, your mistakes will be the same as mine. Nothing intentional. Keir didn't get it. He really didn't understand what kind of game Charlotte was playing now. Just 4 hours ago, his last memory of her was her making him cry, for the 5th time that day, on the last day of school, smiling like she'd won something. And now she was acting like none of it had ever happened. Like they were just old classmates having a normal conversation. But isn't that typical bully behavior? Most of them have short, selective memories after all. Exclamation point. Charlotte reached out and gently lifted his chin with her finger, forcing him to meet her gaze. Kerr froze, every muscle locking up, especially when he saw the expression on her face. That golden glare of hers seemed to shine brighter than the damn sun. Why are you looking down? Why won't you look me in the eye? Why can't you speak with confidence? Why the hell are you acting like that? I thought after everything, you'd be doing better than this. Exclamation point. Because of you. He wanted to scream that in her face, but he couldn't. He didn't have the courage. Because the truth was, if he was timid now, if his self-esteem was shattered, if he could barely look people in the eye or function around others, it was because of her and her friends here. Because once, long ago, they'd taken every shred of dignity he had and left him believing he was worthless. A failure. A nobody. Because of you. He clenched his fist tightly. Hey, look who decided to join us. Before he could say a word, the 4 idiots crowded closer. One of them slung an arm over Kerr's shoulder, making him flinch. Now this feels right. Our little group from 5 years ago, finally complete again. The 7 best friends. Brings back memories, doesn't it, Mutt? Charlotte and Ellen both narrowed their eyes. Hey, where are your dog ears, man? A playful slap landed on Kerr's hair, ruffling it in the wind. Changed your haircut too? What, trying to go from poodle to pitbull? Let's just say, epic fail. Actually, your posture looks even worse than before. The light shove that followed was enough to nearly make Kerr stumble. It didn't need to be strong, just humiliating. Ha, look at that. You react, just like the good old days, huh? Yeah. Just like before. He still stood there, frozen, swallowing the insults in silence. Those good old days, that only existed because of Charlotte. Even back in elementary school, Kerr had always been physically superior to his 6 tormentors thanks to his quirk. His muscles and bones developed far beyond what any normal human could achieve. Despite being shorter at the time, he had strength to spare. And now? The gap was enormous. He could easily knock all 4 of them down if it came to it, especially since quirks weren't allowed to be used on UA grounds, at least in theory, because if no teacher saw it. But the problem wasn't them. It was her. That girl with blue hair and golden eyes, standing right in front of him. Her quirk was complicated, not just because of its infinite range, but because of everything else that came with it. Did she call him here just to humiliate him again, like the old days? Was that why she'd been acting so friendly earlier, to make him drop his guard? Keru swallowed hard. He was trying. God, he was trying so hard not to let all the nervousness and anxiety take over again. He couldn't afford to break down today. Not here. Not now. If they sensed weakness, if they smelled blood, they'd attack. Just like sharks. Focus, focus, focus. His breathing quickened. His palms were sweaty, his legs trembling. Don't break. His vision began to blur, the world around him spinning, collapsing. Every cruel memory came flooding back like hammer blows against his skull. He was going to fall. He was going to hit the floor. Enough! Exclamation point. Charlotte grabbed him by the wrist and yanked him forward, surprising everyone. I didn't call the puppy here to relive our good old days, she said. I called him to complete my team, since Ellen refuses to play. After all, you used to together, the 7 of us, right? So let's do it again, only this time a little more fair. There was something she wanted to test. What's with that look, Osamu? She teased. A little variety's good for the soul, isn't it? Playing the same old way is so boring. Then, with a faint smirk, or are you saying you're scared of facing the mutt on even ground? Exclamation point. That hit home. The insult to their pride was immediate. Kerr could see it in their eyes, the sudden fury twisting their faces. Scared? Of him? Of the same kid they once forced to bark like a dog, to crawl on all fours, to eat dog food during recess for 3 days straight? The same boy they'd laughed at, humiliated, broken? Scared of that guy, just because he grew taller and changed his haircut? What a sick joke. Huh. Oh, fine then. Exclamation point. One of the boys, Derek, hurled the basketball straight at Q, who caught it midair purely out of reflex. Then let's have some fun, mutt. He didn't understand. Karu definitely didn't understand what game Charlotte was playing this time, but no. He wasn't going to play. He wouldn't degrade himself again, not so easily, not like back then. But the words wouldn't come out. Participants. A voice boomed from the academy's loudspeakers. All participants, please proceed to the main auditorium. The practical exam will begin in 10 minutes. The tension was so heavy that none of them had even realized how much time had passed. Guess you got lucky, mutt. But you know what? One of them sneered. You're still the same. The same coward as 5 years ago. The same quiet freak. The same pathetic mutt. Still laughing, the four of them walked off, leaving only Keo, Charlotte, and Ellen behind. Ellen exhaled softly, her eyes lingering on Keo's slumped figure. She wanted to say something and even opened her mouth, but no words came. What could she possibly say? What kind of comfort could she, of all people, offer him? It would sound like mockery, like a bad joke. With a sigh that trembled halfway through, she turned toward Charlotte, glaring at her expressionless face. All of this could have been avoided, she muttered under her breath. If you hadn't forced him to come here. Thomas. Even I think you go too far, Charlotte. She shook her head and left them both standing there. Charlotte's gaze, however, lingered on Q. This doesn't make sense, puppy, she said quietly. You should be so much better than this. He didn't know what to think anymore. Was she mocking him? She had to be. How could she say that she, of all people, after everything she'd done to him? After everything she'd broken? Silence. Kair stood there for a long while, alone, long after she'd left for the auditorium. The words they'd thrown at him looped endlessly in his head, carving into his mind like knives. You haven't changed. You're still the same coward. His jaw clenched. Haven't changed? After everything he'd done these past 5 years, therapy, effort, clawing his way back from the pit they'd thrown him into, did none of it matter? Was it all meaningless? Maybe they were right? His eyes widened as his chest tightened. Don't think like that, he whispered to himself, trembling. That's what depression does to you. It makes you turn every doubt into truth. But stumbling is normal. Freezing up is normal. Feeling scared and powerless when you see the people who almost ruined your life, that's normal. You can't smile through that. You can't pretend to be strong. You can't fake being okay. What matters isn't this moment. It's what he does after. Whether he lets it define him, or finally decides to move forward. Kaoru lifted his head, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. The choice I make now. He breathed in, steadying himself. Even if it's hard. Fear. Let me try to face you. He refused to throw away 5 years of effort so easily. In the auditorium. Hello. The booming voice made everyone in the auditorium turn toward the stage. Ha. Bakugu raised an eyebrow. What the hell is with that spiky blonde trash hair? Oh, the irony. Stretching his arms dramatically, the man on stage grinned. Welcome to my show. He pressed a hand to his ear, shouting into the mic. You little bastards. I'm Present Mike. Behind him, images flickered across the massive screen. No boring speeches today, let's jump straight to what you're all here for. The practical exam. As you can see on the display, each of you will be sent to a simulated urban battlefield. Check your admission cards to see which zone you've been assigned to. When they looked, Izuku and Bakugu realized that despite their consecutive numbers, they were headed to different areas. Zone G. Zone G. Zone D. Adalai. Zone A. Izuku. Zone A. Bug. Zone B. There'll be 3 different types of mock villains in each zone, Present Mike continued, and you'll earn points based on how difficult they are to take down. The goal, my lovely little candidates, is simple. Use your quirks to earn as many points as you can by defeating or immobilizing these fake villains. He raised a finger. And of course, attacking your fellow candidates is strictly prohibited. We're training heroes, not villains. And remember, there'll also be plenty of civilians in specific areas across the battle zones. Rescue operations add to your final score, so keep that in mind. I wouldn't ignore them if I were you. Even the best of you will have to push yourselves far beyond your limits today. Hashtag, excuse me. From the middle of the crowd, a tall boy with short blue hair and glasses raised his hand, his tone firm and respectful. May I ask a question? Go ahead. He pointed at the pamphlet in his hand. It says here that there are 4 types of villains, yet you only mentioned 3. If that's a printing mistake, then you, Japan's most prestigious hero academy, should be ashamed of itself. He placed a hand on his chest, voice rising with righteous indignation. We, the applicants, are here because we wish to be shaped into exemplary heroes for society. We must not be taught incorrect information. Hashtag, heh. A sharp observation, candidate number 7111, the proctor said, smiling thinly. But you're wrong. He pointed dramatically. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. That one's more of an obstacle, he continued. You'll find one in every battle center, lying in wait until the right moment to strike. He's tough, people. Ridiculously tough. You can defeat him, but there's no point in doing so. I strongly advise you to avoid him instead. Hashtag, I see. Thank you for the clarification, and forgive my interruption, the boy replied, sitting down with a bow. Hashtag, sounds like some kind of final boss, huh? Yeah, like in a video game. Hashtag, and that's all from me, the announcer said, spreading his arms. But before you go, let me share a little gift with you, our school's motto. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, heroes are those who can rise above life's adversities. So remember, never bow your heads, never let despair win. Always chase the miracle hidden behind the worst odds. He raised his arm. Always go beyond. Plus ultra. Hashtag, Karu narrowed his eyes. He had no idea that Charlotte would end up assigned to the same battle zone as him. They were seated too far apart in the auditorium to notice. But once he found out, he was going to curse fate. And this time, with good reason. Would be kind of funny if one of those 4 idiots got stuck with Charlotte. Poor guy. Hashtag, minutes later, the first group of candidates was led to the locker rooms to change and make final preparations. Charlotte took the chance to introduce Ellen to Adelaide, and when the trio headed toward their respective zones. Hey. Ellen grabbed Charlotte by the wrist. I know this isn't the best time, but I can't wait until tonight. I need at least some kind of explanation. What the hell are you doing, Charlotte? You need to be more specific. Ellen sighed. Let's just say, I'm as surprised as Inakai-san himself. After all the bullying we did to him as kids, your behavior today is weird. Really weird. A few meters ahead, Adelaide stopped and turned, eyebrow raised. 2 things caught Charlotte's attention. First, the fact that she was being questioned now of all times, and the second, bullying, she asked. I never bullied Inukai. Oh sure. Ellen shot back. It was affection, right? We adored him. I'm serious. Charlotte knew perfectly well that she hadn't treated him kindly, she had been cruel. But bullying? That word didn't sit right with her. Bullying is when you hurt someone for no reason, she said calmly. When your only goal is to make them suffer. That's not what I did. Ellen just stared. She had no idea what to say. Don't tell me this is one of those cliches, the whole, I hurt him because I loved him thing. Please, for the love of God, don't say that. Charlotte laughed softly. If there's one thing I'm not, it's shy. People complain about my ego being bigger than the distance between the Earth's core and the edge of the galaxy, Ellen. When I want something, I take it. Simple as that. And since he was the one who confessed to me back then, and had feelings for me, it'd have been easy if that were the case. But she closed her eyes and chuckled. No offense, Ellen. Really. There are things I believe in, perspectives I hold, things that no one, absolutely no one, outside my family could ever understand. That's why people think I'm unbearable. What happened between me and Inukai in 5th grade, which, by consequence, involved all of you? She sighed. It's complicated. Complicated and not something I can explain right now. It had a lot to do with a long-standing grudge I've had with my father. And even if I insist it wasn't bullying, she shrugged. It might just be my messed up perceptions speaking louder than reality. Wouldn't be the first time. She turned forward. Let's go. I'll tell you more later. Right. #Battle Center. Izuku adjusted his yellow t-shirt, slipped on black wristbands and shorts, laced his sneakers, and hung a small cross pendant around his neck. Now, among dozens of nervous candidates, he waited for the massive steel gate to open. The atmosphere was tense, 80 students, silent and focused, until she arrived. Hey! Is that her? Why, you're kidding. What's she doing here? Isn't she from a rank 1 noble family? All heirs from the Iron Curtain enter by recommendation. Huh? Todoroki? Turning around, Midoriya spotted Adelaide Todoroki walking confidently through the crowd, hands on her hips as she surveyed the area. It was strange. Someone from the Todoroki family, one of Japan's 5 noble rank 1 houses, taking the standard entrance exam? Only a few theories came to mind. Adelaide wasn't anywhere near Shuto Todoroki's level, and Endeavor only recommended 1 child. Like a kin, maybe she refused the recommendation herself. Or maybe there were family issues. Midoriya smiled faintly. But in the end, it doesn't matter, right? Whether she was elite or not, that didn't change his goal. To surpass everyone in front of me. #Battle Center B. Hey, you 4-eyed bastard. Excuse me? The boy turned, startled. That stupid haircut of yours. You've got a lot of nerve running your mouth and nitpicking non-existent mistakes while the instructor's talking. What do you think you are? A genius? A chosen one? Someone who sees beyond the rest of us? Don't underestimate me. I'll beat the crap out of you, 4-eyes. B beat me up? Uraraka flinched, watching the chaos between Bakugo and Ida unfold, while other participants sighed and groaned. Maybe I picked the wrong battlefield. She muttered. #Battle Center. The guy's huge. Massive. Looks like a damn tank. All eyes were on Akin, standing apart from the rest, arms crossed, eyes closed. Not that he was trying to be distant. The others simply kept their distance, overwhelmed by his sheer presence. Then he opened his eyes. They gleamed, a quiet storm ready to explode. #Battle Center G. Unbelievable. Oh, for fuck's sake, fate. It's like that saying, every curse you wish on others comes back to bite you. A few meters ahead, Charlotte was stretching among the other candidates. Keiru's jaw dropped. She wore a tight green t-shirt that hugged her toned waist, white wristbands, and black sports shorts that showed off her sculpted thighs. Holy hell, what a body. He couldn't even deny it. For all her sadism, she's damn beautiful. Which meant, she's too much actually. Finishing her stretch, Charlotte noticed that every guy nearby had quickly turned their heads away, after very obviously staring. Anyway, still hidden from her, Keiru smacked his cheeks. Focus on what's ahead. The enormous steel gate. I spent 5 years reshaping myself, conquering every fear and frustration I had. I'm not stopping now. No one's getting in my way. Actually, when he thought about it more clearly, even if facing her, the strongest hero prospect on the entire continent, whose talent 7 surpasses Shuto Todoroki's, was a nightmare waiting to happen. It was the perfect ending. The best one possible. Charlotte had been the main reason behind the flames of hell that burned him to his core, dragging him down to the darkest depths. She shattered him completely, left him to drown in thoughts he never wanted to have. And now, here she was again. The one who started it all. The one who turned his life into a prison of fear. And she stood now as the final obstacle between him and his goal, to leave those fears behind and finally walk through the gates of UA High. There couldn't be a more fitting conclusion than this. He clenched both fists tighter. This time, I'm going to win. I'll overcome anyone who stands in my way and walk into UA with my head high and a proud smile on my face. His eyes began to change color, to open the doors to an unlimited future. The memories of the basketball court hit him like a storm again, raw and violent, but this time, he wouldn't be caught off guard. I'll fight back. The wind howled, whipping through the field, tugging at everyone's hair. What would decide whether he was still a coward or not was the way he faced his old demons. And this time, let me keep moving forward. Charlotte stood up, turning her gaze toward the direction of that voice. There's something. A chill ran down her spine. That presence behind her, dark, heavy, almost frightening. Heh. She smirked. Well, looks like among this crowd of nobodies, there's someone a little more interesting than the rest? But whoever you are. Her lips curved into a cruel, confident grin. You don't have the slightest chance of standing on equal ground with me. I could crush this entire group without even trying. Without even moving. A single snap of her fingers would be enough. But I'll be generous, she said, her voice dripping with arrogance, and let you show me whatever strength you think you have for a few minutes. Still, Care wasn't the only one ready to give everything he had. Izuku, Bakugo, Adalai, Akin, Ellen, and countless other young prodigies had gathered here today with the same burning goal, to earn their place among the top 40 admitted into UA's hero course, no matter what it took. Not a single one of them planned to waste a second. And I'm back. Present Mick's booming voice echoed across every battlefield. Are you ready? No one answered with words. One by one, they took their battle stances. Excellent. On your marks. Get set. Go. The practical exam had begun. Location, Battle Center. 3, 2, 0. Go. The moment the timer hit 0, a roar of war erupted between the buildings of the mock city, a thunderous stampede shaking the ground as every candidate surged forward at once. Fast. Izuku shot ahead of Adalai in a blur. Huh. She blinked, surprised for a moment, then smirked. Heh. Not bad. Impact. Izuku launched himself straight into a three-pointer, slapped his hand against its armored chassis, widened his eyes, and blasted it backward, sending the robot crashing into two others in a fiery burst. No time to waste. He immediately propelled himself again, veering hard to the left toward a narrow alley. First, his feet touched the right wall, then he repelled himself to the left, then right again, weaving through the cramped space with a rhythmic, almost acrobatic flow. Gunfire tore through the windows around him as he zigzagged past the shots. He hit the ground, lifted his gaze, then fired himself forward. Faster than any previous burst, slicing through the air in a violent rush of wind. Perfect. 3 robots couldn't even register what happened before they were smashed helplessly into the glass walls nearby. Izuku was relentless. He didn't waste a single second and certainly hadn't forgotten the competition with Bakugo. He dashed straight toward a cluster of 10 robots advancing in formation. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, Attraction and Repulsion. Description, allows Izuku to create, shape, and manipulate forces of attraction and repulsion. Thanks to his quirk and its massive mobility, he'd gained a massive lead over nearly every other candidate, far enough ahead to enjoy destroying as many robots as he pleased without anyone interfering. Or target. He positioned himself intentionally in the center of the group as all the robots locked every target sensor onto him. They fired. Exactly what he wanted. Skill. Aversion field. Description. Izuku can generate an aversion field around his body and expand it outward. After intense training, its radius now extends up to 30 meters omnidirectionally. Anything entering this zone is forcefully repelled, even gravity itself. And that's exactly what he deployed. The bullets that entered his field were instantly forced back toward the robots. But Izuku went further. He repelled each bullet with double its initial speed and force, giving the machines no time to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion after another erupted behind him. But he wasn't finished. Behind the smoking wreckage of the first group, more robots approached. And even from this distance, he was ready to strike. Anything that comes into contact with his repulsion force becomes something he can control. So the bullets he used to blow up the last batch now floated at his side, and like a true sniper, I remember exactly where each one of you is. Using fire and smoke as my camouflage. He fired. A perfect hit. He launched 2 bullets at once, then called them back and sent 2 more flying. Another perfect strike. No reason to waste ammunition. He attacked again. Adalai let out a slow breath, lifted her hand, and stared at her knuckles. Of course, even though I can control both fire and ice, my quirk is nothing like my brother's. Name, Adalai Todoroki. Quirk, Arctic Flames. Description, Adalai inherited both fire manipulation and ice manipulation from her parents, but not separately. Her powers fused, creating flames that do not burn. The fire she produces is cold as ice, allowing her to unleash both elements without overheating or falling into sudden hypothermia. She narrowed her eyes. And even with all that, it's still not enough for my father to acknowledge me, huh? Someone who manages to fail even while achieving things. Someone who loses even when she wins. There's not much for us to talk about, Adalai. Your flames, they're fake. I don't recognize them. That's what he keeps telling me. She gave a short, dry laugh. Well, whatever. She raised her arm forward. Definitely not the moment to think about useless things. Her words hovered in the silence, the last calm moment before the storm. Adalai shut her eyes, and instantly the world around her felt like it was holding its breath with her. Pink streaks bled into existence from every direction, tiny ethereal sparks drifting down like falling embers. But when they touched her skin, they merged into a shimmering veil. It was as if the air itself bowed to her presence. The aura that rose from her wasn't warm, wasn't alive. It was a flame that screamed without heat, an inverted inferno. Temperature plunged so violently the air cracked. The wind died, even the oxygen felt fragile, as if it might shatter. The ground groaned. Clouds far above pulled away, as though the sky itself refused to get any closer. Then in a single pulse, everything changed. Her eyes snapped open, and with the burst of pink light that followed, everything collapsed. Tia is shaking. It wasn't just the floor. Walls trembled like overloaded wires. Buildings, vehicles, pavement, everything vibrated as if alive and suffering. A sharp thunderclap rippled across the field. And, amid the chaos, one of the candidates pointed with a trembling hand. There. And my God. Todoroki did that. I told you this was unfair. The fire froze. The explosion that followed swept across hundreds of meters, and everything, absolutely everything, was swallowed by a fortress of crystallized flame. A solid ocean of pink fire ice swallowed robots, houses, signs, entire blocks, even the air. Floating chunks of frozen fire hovered above the ground like fragments from another dimension. Shards of atmosphere turned solid. It looked like an apocalypse frozen midscream, as if someone had ripped the arena away and replaced it with another world altogether. And yet, despite this nightmare, her precision was terrifying. Not a single candidate was frozen. Only their souls. The cold sank into their bones. Their legs gave out. One by one, they collapsed to the frigid ground, gasping, pale, shaking, convinced they had brushed against death when the world had turned into ice around them. Only ice. What happened? There was no ground, no sky, only silence, and the fractured reflections of pink crystals spreading in every direction. Everything had been sealed under layers of translucent frost, like the world's largest blizzard compressed into a single heartbeat. But it wasn't over. A deep, metallic roar echoed from beneath the frozen city, something huge groaning under the ground. That's correct. Concrete split. The earth heaved upward in massive slabs, revealing broken cables and twisted metal. And then it emerged. The zero-pointer. Or what used to be it. There was no explosion, no heat, just a blinding pink flash that speared through the ground like a lance. A dull boom followed, ripping the machine out from under the arena, hurling the multi-ton giant into the sky. It flew upward in a grotesque arc, swallowed by cold flames that ate at it from the inside. Metal plates stiffened midair, freezing solid long before reaching the apex. The giant hung there for an impossibly long second, a frozen monument of crystallized fire. It ended as quickly as it began. Adelaide closed her fist, and the flames unraveled. All the destruction around the city dissolved into a snowfall of pink embers, drifting across the battlefield like enchanted fireflies. Every joint, every plate, every segment of the zero-pointer cracked softly, like glass straining under its own weight. Rosy fractures spread through the machine's body, and the giant groaned, a deep, echoing sound that carried through the entire area. Then, with one clean snap, it shattered. The robot exploded into millions of translucent shards raining down like glittering ice. Each fragment caught the sunlight and the glow of her pink flames, turning ruin into a spectacle. A rosy dust shimmered like drifting stardust. And from the center of that quiet storm of light, a silhouette appeared, steady, towering, as her score skyrocketed to absurd heights, in the observation room, from the robots disintegrated by her power. Dude, that's way too much power. Ridiculously strong. The ability to wipe out entire CTIY blocks in a single blink without even breaking a sweat, and drag the zero-pointer with it. That's the Iron Curtain. The 5 most powerful families in the country. The only rank 1 houses. And they're young heirs, even at this age. They wield power that outright challenges the nation's hierarchy. Truly overwhelming. But, damn it. The other participants moved. None of them could afford to stay frozen in fear. Let intimidation take hold, and their already tiny chances of passing this exam would vanish. Hashtag. Izuku glanced back after dismantling yet another cluster of robots. Ha! A grin tugged at his lips as the pink mist brushed past him. Not bad, Todoroki-san. Not bad at all. Truly impressive. Hashtag. Observation room. Ability to gather intel and understand the situation faster than the rest. Mobility versatile enough to adapt to countless scenarios. The composure to stay calm no matter the obstacle. And pure, refined combat ability. These are the basic skills required to keep peace on the streets, and the foundation of the points awarded in this entrance exam. Indeed. And this year's group, even excluding the young heirs who will take the recommendation exam tomorrow, is looking extremely promising. It had been a while, a very long while since I've seen this many high-potential students gathered in one place, and this is just the first batch. Nizu turned his head toward a visibly excited, muscular All Might, and, just for the symbol of peace to hear, whispered. And? What do you think of the performance of your potential successors? They were spectacular, just as he'd imagined. Truth be told, seeing Izuku again after so long brought him genuine joy. But something important, something crucial, was slipping past all of them. Especially you. His gaze shifted to Charlotte on one of the monitors. She had always been his favorite candidate to inherit One for All, the one he truly expected to become the 9th. He had even seriously considered passing the quirk down to her months ago when he had an interview with her at the Grand Lancelot Mansion. He obviously didn't talk about OFA, only Night Eye, Akin, and Nizu in Japan know this secret. Oh, there is one more person too, one very special one. But he conducted an interview to find out how the most powerful hero prospect on the continent thinks. After all, just how powerful would she become if her own ability fused with One for All? The answer was simple. Someone invincible. Someone untouchable. A force no one, absolutely no one, could surpass. The strongest teenager in the entire continent wielding the strongest quirk? and naturally already in possession of the second strongest? That was the formula for absolute peace. The making of the greatest hero in Japan history. Someone who would effortlessly surpass him and every former successor of One for All. One for All plus Trismegistus. There is no combination more powerful. Young Charlotte. Strength alone doesn't make a hero. It was the same problem Akin struggled with, except far worse. Much worse. Akin was an idealist, someone who believed so fiercely in his own convictions that he failed to consider other paths. But even then, his heart was in the right place. Charlotte, however, her case was more complicated. Neither of them lacked power. The way she looks at the world, all that frustration, all that resentment. Location, Battle Center G. Charlotte closed her eyes just as the others sprinted ahead. Then, that man hit the turbo. He was gone. He left. He is not coming back. Slowly, Charlotte glanced to the side toward one of the cameras in the city. Her father will surely see the recording of her performance later. Name, Charlotte Lancelot. Quirk, Trismegistus. Description, users of this quirk can convert nearby atoms into an energy known as Trismegistus, which can then be shaped for countless functions. It also allows the Lancelot in question to control, transmute, and reshape atoms at will. I can see all of you. The words weren't spoken aloud. They were an observation, sharp and precise, almost a smirk carved into silence. Every atom in motion traced invisible maps toward her. When a body cut through the air, when a leaf quivered, the patterns lit up on her sensory palette, a web of pulse, location, and intent. I might just be one of, if not the best biological radar on this entire planet. Which meant, I don't need to go all out. The bare minimum is more than enough for an absolute victory. Against all of you. Against the rabble, I don't even need to use the anti-quirk factor of Trismegistus. Its raw power and durability alone are far beyond necessary. And feel honored. It's not every day that rats get the privilege of seeing this quirk up close, much less being crushed by it. She didn't need theatrics. She didn't need to abandon subtlety when the atmosphere itself was her ammunition. Atoms around her collapsed into pure Trismegistus energy, like a sculptor turning dust into blades. The energy danced across her body, wrapping her in an invisible armor that amplified her strength, reflexes, and reach. She raised one arm with the ease of someone simply pointing. Her index finger drifted across rooftops, facades, cracks in the asphalt, multiple targets, simultaneous, exact. Bang! Not one. Not two. Not even three. Hundreds. All at once. From her fingertip, from the air around her, from the atoms that were the air, surged blue beams that streaked upward like reverse shooting stars before plunging back down in perfect unison. It was as if the firmament had opened to pour constellations upon the earth. Every beam traced a precise arc, every curve was a sentence of destruction. The projectiles ripped across the horizon. Robots were pierced before they even registered the attack. Sensors barely captured the initial flash. Buildings shuddered with microscopic fractures before detonating from the inside out, as though the air between the bricks had been turned to plasma. A shockwave rippled for kilometers. The test city transformed into a spectacle of lights, lines, and fragments, a ballet of annihilation. The competitors could only watch. None understood what they were seeing. Those beams weren't shots in any conventional sense, they were collapse patterns. Charlotte was manipulating atomic cohesion at the impact zones, forcing the particles to vibrate at frequencies incompatible with physical stability. In practice, she was doing the impossible, killing the molecular structure of whatever she touched. And yet, she performed it with an almost artistic ease. The score counter in the observation room surged wildly, 300, 500, 700, 2,000, 5,000 points in seconds. Each number chimed like a note in a cosmic symphony. Perfect. Her lips curled into a half-smile. The energy around her spun in subtle spirals, syncing with her breathing. There was no visible effort. She wasn't draining power from within. She drew it from outside, from the atoms drifting around her, from the forces binding the air together. Her ammunition was infinite, because it came from existence itself. To think that the minimum is already more than enough. The blue glow intensified. Thin veins of light crawled across the ground, snaking like electric roots through the cracks in the asphalt and diving deep underground. Something enormous stirred below. The ground trembled. Metal groaned under tons of concrete. The colossal zero-pointer began to awaken in the subsoil, its sensors igniting red like a primordial beast pulled from slumber. But it never had the chance to rise. Unlike her previous attacks, there was no explosion. Only silence. Trismegistus infiltrated every molecule of the machine, separating them from reality as if erasing lines of code. Charlotte didn't destroy the robot, she nullified its physical existence. Almost in a teaching tone, she murmured, "If the energy that binds atoms is what keeps matter cohesive, then all I have to do is separate their magnetism." Simple and unthinkable. By suspending the electromagnetic forces linking protons and electrons, what had once been steel, circuits, and stored energy lost all form. The metal lost density, dissolving into a translucent powder that floated upward like luminous ashes. To the spectators, the robot didn't explode. It vanished. No smoke, no rubble, no noise. Just a blue dome expanding softly, glowing like a newborn star beneath the earth before dissipating into drifting particles. The ground sank gently, as if nothing had ever existed there. The enormous zero-pointer, the symbol of fear and difficulty, had been undone in the purest sense of the word. And that wasn't all. From the same blue energy pulsing around Charlotte, star-like particles assembled into shapes among the debris and dust. Floating cranes, translucent ambulances, wheel-less vehicles, all drawn in glowing, fluid lines, materialized like constellations solidifying on Earth. Even humanoid silhouettes took form, moving with mechanical precision and an almost angelic grace. Trismegistus could be freely shaped into any physical construct, limited only by the talent of the Lancelot using it. Thus, her creations moved. Some rushed to assist civilians, scattered throughout the test site, while others acted to rack up even more points for their creator. Tisk! One of the candidates clenched his fists and whipped up a gust of wind. "Quit messing around." He charged one of the humanoids. "Disappear." He struck. A 5-meter crater formed purely from the air pressure of his punch, but... Nothing. The humanoid didn't have a single scratch. How is that even? Inukai narrowed his eyes. He knew this quirk far too well. It's Charlotte. Once again, the same terrible memory. No. He slapped his own cheeks repeatedly. Don't let those stupid memories screw with you. Not now. I have to pass. I can't let everything I've done until now go to waste. He stomped the ground and let out a long, unsteady exhale. Focus. Keep your mind in the present, on what stands in front of us, rather than on the kind of painful past that tries to blind you to the future these hands can carve open. His eyes flashed. The ground trembled under his feet. First came the sound, a harsh crack, like bones snapping back into place under unbearable pressure. Then the air around Inukai began to vibrate. Sweat slid down his skin as the hairs on his arms and the back of his neck rose, thickened, and sharpened into strands of molten gold. It was as if every single hair turned into a microscopic blade, each one catching the light and scattering it into 1,000 gleaming shards. His muscles surged violently, pushing outward until the fabric of his clothes tore apart along the seams. His pupils narrowed into slits, the whites of his eyes swallowed by a deep amber glow. His teeth elongated, razor-sharp, glistening with saliva and raw power. The air around him grew heavy, animalistic, thick with heat, ozone, and something ancient and instinctive. His breathing shifted, deeper, heavier, predatory. When the transformation finally peaked, a wild golden aura erupted and wrapped around Inukai's entire body. His silhouette no longer resembled that of a human. Now he towered like a colossal predator, something between a man and a wolf, a perfect fusion of strength and instinct. A werewolf of radiant gold fur and sky blue eyes, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 150 kilos of solid muscle. Quirk, Canis Dirus King base form. Description: even in his base form, Inukai possesses heightened senses and physical traits comparable to those of a wolf. But he can transform into a full werewolf, or even into the animal itself, each form amplifying his abilities to overwhelming levels. His eyes pulsed. With a deafening burst, he launched forward, the street exploding beneath him as debris shot into the air. Hashtag. Erg. It happened fast. Ridiculously fast. The air current left behind by his sheer speed was enough to knock several examinees to the ground, shatter storefront windows, flip vehicles, topple lampposts, and crack open the asphalt. He jerked his head toward a target, clenched his fist, then smashed through another robot. Boom, boom, boom. He shot out of the smoke like a missile, vaporizing it as the shockwaves around him shattered the sound barrier with laughable ease. The robots couldn't react. Canis Dirus's speed was far more than enough to leave even their high-grade sensors useless. And if it was difficult for the machines, for the other examinees, it was terrifying. They barely saw more than a blur rampaging through the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. A completely different level. Whenever someone thought about heading toward a certain direction, there was simply nothing left there anymore. He and Charlotte were clearing the entire test field by themselves. Hashtag, I can't move. You've got to be kidding me? This guy, he's on the level of the Iron Curtain family's heirs? Comparable to Charlotte? Hashtag, and speaking of her, Charlotte snapped her head around, startled. Something was out there. Something, or someone, moving across the battlefield at such absurd speed that even her atomic sensors struggled to keep track. Exclamation point. A violent explosion went off just a few meters ahead, drawing her attention. Through the smoke she caught sight of a massive silhouette standing up. Her expression darkened instantly. It's him, isn't it? Her voice dropped into something sharp and very, very annoyed. Hashtag, Inukai looked to his left. All right, no, what? Blue bars? Not just bars. He turned his head and finally realized. A cage? He'd been trapped. A full-on prison cell materialized around him with no openings anywhere. Charlotte. If there were atoms in the air, then Charlotte could convert them into energy, and atoms were everywhere. Simple as that. Her range was practically infinite. She didn't need physical proximity to trap him, which she'd just proven as Inukai stood there genuinely caught off guard. You know. What the H? He didn't even finish. A collar materialized around his neck, a chain linked to it. Charlotte seized the chain and yanked him forward until their faces were mere centimeters apart. The only reason an accidental kiss didn't happen was because of the bars between them. Silence. For several seconds, they just stared at each other, saying nothing, their expressions reflected beautifully in each other's eyes. Charlotte narrowed hers. Those mud eyes. They kinda remind me of Inuk. Nah. Just imagining things. And besides, your performance is pissing me off, Mutt. Still gripping the chain in one hand, she brought her other arm to her chest, closed her eyes, and let out a smug, mocking smile. Because of certain complications, let's say I was demoted and punished by my parents. They basically forced me to take the entrance exam alongside you bottom-of-the-barrel rejects. So obviously, it's only natural that someone like me scores at least 10 times higher than whoever ends up in second place, right? If I don't, those idiots won't stop looking down on me. And they'll keep ignoring my choices, acting like they can control every step of my life, telling me what I'm allowed or not allowed to do. That last part wasn't spoken to him, more like a quiet confession to herself. But Inukai, with his super-enhanced senses, heard it perfectly. But as you can see, I'm fair. I gave the others a chance. Yeah, right? If she hadn't restricted the other examinees the way she had done to Inukai, it was only because she believed none of them could threaten the absolute first place she wanted. After all, ants don't hurt elephants. But the moment she felt pressured, even slightly, she acted immediately. So, what exactly is she planning? Keep me stuck here until the exam ends? As if I wouldn't fight back. She released the chain and stepped away. Since you scored high and were trying to catch up to me, I'll just take it out on the others and shut their scores down so the gap returns to something I actually like, not just between me and whoever's in second place. Huh. She smiled. But, slowly, Charlotte raised her right fist. Even if I didn't do what I'm about to do, I wonder if anyone here could surpass the score of an animal in a cage. She snapped her fingers. Probably not. Hashtag F. W. What? The hell is that? Another obstacle? Why, you've got to be kidding me. In a single instant, the entire arena was sealed. From the farthest corners to the shattered ruins at the center, pillars of pure blue energy erupted from the ground, curving inward until they met overhead. Within moments, they shaped themselves into translucent cages, each one pulsing with a serene, almost hypnotic glow. The bars didn't look solid. They looked alive. The air wavered around them, releasing a low, vibrating hum, like the droning of a magnetic field collapsing in on itself. Everyone. She caught everyone. Knowing the exact location of every candidate made the feat almost effortless for her. Damn it. If that's how it is. If this counts as an obstacle. They attacked. Driven by desperation, the trapped students unleashed an aggressive barrage against their prisons. But you've got to be joking. 0 damage. The bars didn't tremble, didn't bend, didn't move. This is bad. Breaking this quirk was simply impossible. Trismegistus wasn't just durable, it was fundamentally incorruptible. Invincible. Indestructible. The blue energy Charlotte manipulated was, in essence, a direct conversion of atomic structure into a stable state of pure energy. It was a type of intermediary matter, existing between the physical and the quantum, which regenerated itself in fractions of a nanosecond, surpassing the speed of light. Each bar of those prisons contained a lattice of atoms, reorganized into impossible geometric patterns. They were sustained by a binding force that surpassed any covalent bond, any carbon-based structure. If carbon structures represented the limit of natural hardness, Trismegistus was the denial of that limit. It didn't just resist, it actively rejected any attempt to be altered. And on top of that, one more thing made it terrifying. Trismegistus possessed a unique characteristic. It recognized foreign energy as an anomaly and reacted automatically, neutralizing quirks on contact. This happened because the blue energy's quantum vibration interfered directly with the quirk factor present in an opponent's cells, destabilizing the emission of biological energy before it could even manifest. An anti-quirk. In its purest form. Only raw, unfiltered physical force could break it, strength concentrated to its absolute limit. And the list of people capable of that was very, very short. Not even Japan's top pro heroes claimed they could break Trismegistus on the field. Only All Might could shatter it in that country. Only him, no one else. Worldwide? Armored Black Lion, and maybe 10 others. And even then, if they required their quirks to do it, it wouldn't matter. The moment they touched it, the quirk would be nullified. Hashtag. Looking around, Inukai saw everyone else in the same miserable situation, trying desperately, frantically, to escape. My friends, I speak from personal experience when I say, you're only leaving when she decides you're allowed to. Now. He looked at her. Just be a good boy and wait those last 5 minutes. Charlotte moved. And at the same time around her, damn it. I can't get out. What is this stupid cage? This is so unfair. Why does an obstacle like this even exist? No wonder almost no one passes this exam. This is cheating. Teacher, remove this damn thing. Who invented this crap? He understood. I feel your pain, brothers and sisters. And my Netta? Well, it's not fire. Damn it. Ashido Mina stepped back. My acid doesn't affect it. Ojiro kept striking the cage with his tail. An obstacle like this? Hashtag, with everyone trapped. Charlotte resumed firing her lasers, now unhindered, without anyone able to interfere. Who does that mutt think he is? He didn't look completely unfamiliar? The only reason she didn't cancel his quirk factor, to see the person behind the werewolf form, was because she would be immediately disqualified. The proctors would interpret the move as a direct attack on another student, not an indirect one. That was also the only reason she hadn't nullified the other's quirks on the spot. But even this. She knew this action was probably already a controversial move, one being hotly debated by the staff at that very moment. She couldn't risk escalating things further. Hashtag, observation room. Exactly that. Cementos pointed at the screen. Is what Charlotte Sand did allowed? It was undoubtedly a complicated situation. Yes, they had explicitly stated that attacking other students was strictly forbidden, but she hadn't exactly attacked, had she? She didn't hurt or even lay a hand on anyone. On the other hand, as far as I'm concerned, she's done nothing wrong. Aizawa's voice cut through the room. Arms crossed, standing half-hidden in the darkest corner, he observed the screens with cold attention. If a single person, elite or not, can incapacitate over 80 candidates at once, and those candidates can't escape or do anything about it, that's a sign they aren't worthy of entering UA. They don't have the standard we're looking for. In my opinion, she's doing us a favor by preventing the incapable from being accepted by accident, taking spots from more qualified people. This is the top hero school in Japan. If the best candidates are present today, then the same must be true for the worst. It was a cruel point of view, but not an entirely illogical one. Aizawa continued. Charlotte's quirk is undeniably powerful and versatile, he added, second only to All Might in this continent. But a true UA-level candidate can counter her, can push back, can figure out a way around obstacles like this. We can debate fairness. After all, some of these kids waited a full year for this day. But the moment they become helpless and vulnerable, they aren't good enough. At least, not today. As long as she didn't actually attack and hurt someone, they could see his point. All Might's expression turned serious. Young Charlotte. As much as her actions weren't completely wrong, a hero shouldn't have such an unjust character, one that scorns the efforts of others by not even letting them try. And speaking of capable students, Nizu glanced to the side. That one over there is absurd. He just broke the points record, didn't he? Hashtag, location, battle center. There are no words. Nothing to say, nothing to explain. Just watch. Just witness. Every single robot in the area had been wiped out in under 5 seconds. The test had barely begun, and it was already over. And the one responsible for that, the man who just broke the all-time record for the highest score in UA's entrance exam, was none other than Akin Luigi, the African giant. You've got to be kidding me. I told you that giant was going to be a problem. What kind of power is that? All right. Let's rewind 5 seconds. The lion tattoo etched across Akin's back, drawn in bold, almost tribal golden lines, began to burn with light. The outline shimmered as if something ancient and colossal were waking up beneath his skin. Now, the candidates charged forward. I've waited all year for this. Time to show the results of my training. This is my moment. I'm gonna. They froze. Akin slowly raised his head, the glow of the tattoo reflected in his eyes. It was a calm look, too calm for the scale of what he was about to unleash. He technically had 4 quirks, 2 from his father, 2 from his mother. But for this test, he only needed 2, the 2 which he inherited from his mother. Quirk, X-ray vision. Description: allows him to see through any solid surface. Quirk, distance manipulation. Description: as the name implies, he can alter the distance between objects, beings, or energy. His eyes lit up with a sharp amber glow. Akin saw everything. Literally everything. Every robot, every support pillar, every moving body, the network of wires and circuits hidden inside each machine, the energy cores pulsing as they powered up. Nothing was concealed from him. Positions confirmed. And then, he activated his second quirk. A nearly invisible field expanded from his body, like a silent gravitational pulse, as if space itself had inhaled. Suddenly, robots, concrete blocks, metal beams, and even entire sections of buildings were ripped from the ground and suspended in midair, as if the world had been flipped upside down. The sound it made was indescribable, a dry, violent thunderclap, a heartbeat of absolute silence, and then the metallic echo of hundreds of tons trembling against the atmosphere, even the 0 point. Akin hadn't taken a single step. He didn't need to. The distance between his fist and every target was now 0, which meant that physically speaking, he was touching everything he could see, no matter where it was. Space itself bent to him. The concept of far away simply stopped existing in his presence. Fall. The word was cold. And everything obeyed. Everything dropped at once. Robots, debris, whole buildings, plummeting like artificial meteors, slamming into the ground in a chain of apocalyptic impacts. The earth split into craters, pillars of dust erupted like nuclear blasts, and through the smoke, the golden glow of the lion tattoo still shone, calm, unmoving. And despite the destruction, not a single civilian was harmed. Akin had already relocated them moments earlier, fast enough that even the cameras failed to track it. He had touched them from afar, reduced the distance between them and his position to 0 and pulled them safely beside him. Silence. The battlefield was unrecognizable. Robots? Reduced to molten scrap. The 0-pointer? Yanked from underground and hurled skyward, torn apart by the same warped gravity that dragged it back down like a dying star. On the holographic scoreboard in the observation room, his points skyrocketed like a broken alarm, hundreds, then thousands, numbers the judges weren't even prepared to process. Present Mick's eyes bulged as his glasses slid off his face. And then, in a mix of disbelief and pure, uncontrollable hype, Hashtag, location, Battle Center G. Keru slammed his fists against the metal bar with everything he had, every ounce of strength, every spark of stubbornness left in his bones. But nothing. Absolutely nothing. Only his hands and shins were starting to sting, bruise, and bleed. If he kept forcing it like that? A single bead of sweat slid down his cheek. Amazing. Truly amazing, Lancelot. Your terrible personality is actually weaker than your quirk. Which means you're strong. Like, ridiculously strong. The strongest hero prospect on the entire continent. The girl who even outclasses Shudo Todoroki. All of these titles. It was fair, painfully fair. No one can even dream of reaching you. You're still far stronger than me. Millions of steps ahead. Millions ahead of everyone. But a faint golden shimmer crawled up his arms. I can't afford to fail here. My point sounds decent, but considering we're the first group and there are thousands of students waiting for their turn, I'm not settling for that. He couldn't settle. Those days I cried. When I was so humiliated, treated like an animal. So many people told me I was a loser that I eventually believed them and lost all my will to fight back. That powerless, choking despair. That acceptance of defeat. When I gave in to all of that, when I started believing in the words of people who only wanted to break me, I fell into depression. I fell to the bottom of a pit with absolutely no one beside me except my own weakness and the urge to give up on everything. And because of that, I let hundreds of opportunities slip. I shut doors. I denied myself the chance to live, to laugh, to become someone better, and just let life crush me day after day, crying myself to sleep every night because I knew tomorrow would always be worse, never better. I was broken, dishonored, excluded, ostracized, called names, humiliated. They stripped my humanity over and over again. Flashes surged, the times Charlotte and her group forced him to eat from dog bowls. The dry dog food under his tongue. There were so many moments when I thought about giving up. Running away from everything. Leaving it all behind. I completely empty. He clenched his fists harder, teeth gritted until his jaw trembled. Not again. Not ever again. Not only do I not want it, I refuse to ever feel or be treated that way again by anyone. Kaoru raised his eyes. I will not let this damn cage stop me from reaching the dreams I finally learned to have. This wasn't new. Being trapped by Charlotte like this, being demeaned, being shoved into tiny spaces, being made small, being made a thing. This was not new for Inukai. You're right where you belong, puppy. You're just a dog. Hey, freak, come on, bark for us. Here's your food. A dog can't date humans, much less pretend to be one. Imagine your parents' disappointment. You failed abortion. Why don't you just die already? Here's your shot. Stop pretending you're tough. The urge to cry right now, it's strong. Too strong. Slowly, he pressed a hand to his chest. His heart felt like it was trying to explode from the inside. Because this cage reminds me, in the worst way possible, of those days back in 5th grade. The trauma surged back with the force of a hammer. His chest tightened. His back felt phantom blows. His eyes grew hot, wet. But even if it hurt, even if right now he felt as small, as fragile, as helpless as he did 5 years ago, even if all he wanted was to fall to his knees and cry. On the other hand, the golden aura around his body flared brighter. It's not that bad. He spread his stance. Because it gives me a chance. A chance to prove to myself that even if I'm still not ready to leave it all behind, I can show. Flashback, Chapter 3. A group of 6 children, around 10 or 11 years old, laughed until their faces turned red. All except one. Inukai, a boy with dog ears and sharp canine teeth, sat trapped inside a shimmering blue cage made of stardust-like light. Having a mutation-type quirk wasn't as lucky as people like to think. Not when it permanently altered your body, and not when it made you a walking target for every sadistic brat looking for entertainment. That my place is not inside a cage being humiliated by anyone. The golden glow seeped through the cracks of Trismegistus like a thin thread of sunlight, then burst outward like a trapped star forcing itself into existence. Waves of energy rippled across the entire battle center. The sound coming from the cage wasn't just a quirk awakening, it was the roar of a soul that had been caged for far too long. So then, thank you. Thank you for this unconscious opportunity you've given me to keep walking forward with my head high, Charlotte. The attitude that would determine whether he was still a coward or not wasn't during the trauma. Was the moment after. And the answer he chose. The road he would walk. Making full use of the quirk he inherited from his mother, the golden energy around Kaoru reached its peak. Name, Kaoru Inukai. Quirk, Stardust. Description. A power that operates on the fundamentals of absolute energy conversion. The user is capable of converting any type of existing energy, either around them or within themselves, into a new energetic state designated Stardust. This is a pure and stable form of golden energy, possessing properties that are both destructive and regenerative. This conversion is not limited to conventional energies like kinetic, thermal, or light. It extends to biological and atomic levels, encompassing chemical energy, ATP, glucose, bioelectricity, gravitational force, and even latent radiation present in the environment. When the conversion occurs, the resulting particles exhibit irregular quantum behavior. They orbit and compress around the user as if obeying their own gravitational field, radiating a luminescence reminiscent of cosmic dust floating in space. However, the gift carries a price. A lack of control triggers a phenomenon known as energy drain. The user's body, unable to filter the origin of the converted energy, begins to automatically drain all energy it produces for itself. This includes body heat, blood glucose, and neural electrical energy. The result is total cellular collapse. In practical terms, the body begins to dry out internally like a star burning through its last fuel. Even now, with your overwhelming power and endless talent, you continue to look at everyone around you like insects. Charlotte wasn't using Trismegistus's anti-quirk function. Not on the bars. Not on him. In the past, she used to cancel his quirk constantly, turning him into a momentary quirkless weakling unable to defend himself. But my Canis Dirus King is still active. The strongest of the wolves hadn't been erased. It still stood tall right here. Charlotte, despite the risks of being disqualified, genuinely didn't think she needed to cancel anyone's quirk to get the score she wanted. Using her strongest ability against peasants would be humiliating, an insult to her own pride. She didn't need it. At least she thought she didn't. Your bars. Your prison. Stronger. Golden flames whipped around his body like a wildfire spiraling out of control, hungry, desperate, to devour everything in its path. They wanted to attack, to destroy, to break free. Kaoru lifted his gaze, exhaled hard, dug his foot into the cracked ground and launched himself forward, leaving behind a streak of blinding yellow light. Kaoru has two quirks. His father's Canis Dirus King. His mother's Stardust. But he can't control Stardust. Not even close. Both quirks are absurdly powerful and terrifyingly complex. Trying to master both at once was never an option. His parents told him over and over, focus on one first. Leave the other for later. But right now? That was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Not having any control over Stardust right now is amazing. He was dragging every current of wind in the arena toward himself, every tremor of air pressure, every spark of heat from friction, converting all of it into stardust. Particles of radiant light swirled around his skin like a cloak made of miniature suns, forming faster and faster, thicker and thicker, completely uncontrolled and in colossal quantities. What had once been a soft shimmer became a howling golden cyclone, spinning at insane velocity, ripping chunks of floor and metal from their foundations like a stellar tempest swallowing a battlefield. Stardust is strong. Very strong. Even stardust formed from ambient wind energy alone was already powerful enough to rival the top-ranked quirks in the entire country. So, a thought surfaced. If ambient energy alone creates elite stardust, what would happen if he fed Trismegistus into it? What would happen if he used the flames of his personal hell as fuel to reach the light? What would happen if Trismegistus became the base, the catalyst, for the strongest stardust ever produced? He didn't know. He had no idea. But he knew one thing. It would explode. Explode violently enough to shatter the chains trapping him. With Trismegistus's anti-quirk factor turned off, Stardust can directly interfere with it. With a scream that scraped every muscle in his throat raw, his body blazing in stardust, Kaoru hurled himself toward the bars. Exclamation point. And then, slowly, time stopped. Like a volcano gathering magma, countless golden rays converged from every direction, folding into the cage that held Kaoru prisoner. Once inside, they pulsed wildly, beating like a second heart. The air stretched like rubber. Sound faded into a distant echo. Dust hovered frozen midair as though stuck within glass. And in the center of this cosmic suspension, something began. No explosion. No thunder. No ordinary impact. Quite the opposite. Light swallowed the cage. A titanic eruption of color and radiance tore the Trismegistus apart molecule by molecule before rising like an enraged god, its shockwave obliterating buildings, towers, testing blocks, sending walls of wind flying across the entire UA and shaking Tokyo itself with a quake that felt like land and sea cracking in half. Terrified, every participant threw themselves to the ground as the holy blaze washed over them. Charlotte wasn't stupid, because the instant she saw that golden blue sphere expand like a collapsing star, she understood something she had never admitted to herself. She felt danger. Real danger. Something is wrong. Her pupils contracted. One single particle of Trismegistus, that was all she needed. Microscopic, but enough for her to act. Manipulating an atom from the explosion itself and reverting it into pure Trismegistus, Charlotte triggered a chain reaction so fast it made time feel slow. Kaoru's catastrophic blast was instantly contained, converted, erased, snuffed out like a candle. As fast as the calamity came, it was gone. No participant was injured. Everything ended quicker than a blink. But what remained was devastation. Cars overturned, buildings collapsed, streets torn open, fires burning, mist rising, electricity crackling. Even the sky darkened. It had begun to. Exclamation point. But, amid all that ruin, something moved. Slowly. Heavily. Alive. The newborn rain thickened, heavy drops, warm at first, then abruptly cold. They sizzled against hot metal, drowned flames, and sent clouds of steam billowing upward in towering waves. In that boiling haze, a silhouette rose. First, an arm coated in golden fur. Then dense claws dripping stardust mixed with rainwater. Then a broad back, arched and trembling with adrenaline. And finally, the face. The werewolf stood tall, its feral posture contrasting with the unervingly calm glow of his blue eyes so bright they carved through smoke like twin beacons. And when the stardust light reflected against the droplets sliding down his muzzle, Charlotte felt something impossible. Something absurd. Something intolerable. He looked like he was smiling. Not kindly. Not nervously. But with a restrained ferocity, a primitive, victorious satisfaction. As if saying, "You saw it, didn't you? I broke the cage." Even she shivered. Who are you? Exclamation point. Care moved. Even with his body shredded, burned, raw and bleeding. He didn't stop. She made it clear she doesn't need to look at someone to activate her quirk on them. I can't stop. If I stop moving, she'll cage me again, and that time I won't get out. After what he'd just done, even Charlotte would take him seriously now. She'd keep the anti-quirk effect active non-stop. She gritted her teeth furiously and took a step forward, losing her composure. To hell with what the teachers say. I'll use my name and everything will get swept under the rug. As if Nizu would dare keep her, of all people, out of the U. If she manages to trap me again, it's game over. As long as I keep running. He lifted his head, eyes blazing as golden streaks shot behind him. I'm going to destroy as many robots as I can. But his movements were severely restricted after everything that happened. Ugh. Yet. Screw it. Faster. Stronger. Ignore the pain. Ignore the discomfort. Ignore everything. He dodged getting caught in a new cage at least 3 times while smashing countless robots on his path. The other students being immobilized definitely made the path easier. Charlotte snapped her fingers. Once, twice. Those sharp little clicks that always came right before her quirk fully spun up. Care didn't need anyone to explain what she was trying to do. His ears twitched. His pupils contracted into slits. He knew exactly what those sounds meant. I remember that, Charlotte. His breath hitched as a chill crawled up his spine. It wasn't even fear this time, not really, more like a conditioned reflex, an instinct marking territory within his body. Because those weren't random gestures. Those were the same tiny adjustments she used to make back when they were younger, when she'd trap him in those shimmering, star-like cages. Same posture. Same rhythm. This time, all that's missing is the smirk. Care didn't think. His body exploded into motion. A burst of stardust light erupted beneath his feet as he kicked off the ground, twisting his body sideways just as the first crystalline arc sliced through the air where his ribs had been a heartbeat earlier. Not again, he growled under his breath. Charlotte flicked her wrist. Another cage snapped into existence like a collapsing constellation. He felt the pressure before he even saw it, that familiar pull, that gravitational tightening that always tried to close in around him. But he was faster now. Way faster. Care pushed off a floating shard of stardust midair, using it as a foothold to escape again. It felt almost nostalgic. Almost. Instinct and memory collided. Flashes of childhood frustration, Charlotte counting down smugly as the cages locked into place, him snarling like a trapped mutt, and now, the rhythm was the same, but he wasn't the same boy. Stardust trailed behind him as he vaulted upward, twisting out of the last cage's reach by inches, before landing lightly on a broken slab of concrete, claws scraping, muscles tense, eyes burning bright. And then moved again. Charlotte stepped forward, clearly furious, her eyes wide with pure hatred. Dog. Heh. He's challenging me? He really wanted to play this game of cat and mouse. With me, of all people? She began gathering massive energy inside her body, ready to multiply her physical parameters. Better not. She couldn't lose control. Not here. Not again. If that happened, even she didn't know what she would do. With a tense breath, she stopped the process. Not now. I'll see for myself later. When I meet the person behind that stray dog appearance at UA, that will be the perfect place to continue our little game. And I swear, you'll regret disobeying my orders and dragging me back into a collision with those idiot parents of mine. When the time comes, I'm going to castrate you, mutt. But then, when she looked at the camera, she swallowed hard, remembering her father. This will not go unpunished. She gritted her teeth, brought her nails to her hair, and literally began to scratch it. Location, observation room. Just as I said, Aizawa murmured again, arms crossed with sharp look, like a newly sharpened blade. 2 U.A-level students. That's what we're looking for. That's what we want. And not candidates who freeze the moment they're placed in an uncomfortable or seemingly unwinnable scenario. A hero, Aizawa continued, is someone who overcomes whatever life throws at them. Even if they can't break the cage. Why are they standing still? Why are they only complaining? Why aren't they even trying to find an answer beyond what their eyes can see? Why don't they throw everything they have into one final gamble, one last, reckless, desperate attack, pushing their quirks to the limit in search of a miracle? These are the moments where a hero candidate is supposed to break past their limits. To trust themselves even when logic says they shouldn't. Sometimes heart matters more than reason, and new doors only open for those who dare to bleed trying. So then, why aren't they doing it? Because it'll hurt? Because they don't trust themselves? Because they don't see themselves as strong enough? Because they might not endure the pain? Because breaking the bars looks impossible? Pathetic. Mediocre. A hero is someone who overcomes life's adversities. Candidates like these don't have the strength or the mental resilience needed to be accepted into a hero academy like ours. If they had even tried what I mentioned, we could argue they were genuinely put at a disadvantage and deserved another shot. But it's not worth it. Not with this bunch of weak-willed losers. Not with this fragile-hearted rabble. In fact, Nizu, we could ask her to stay and make this an additional requirement for the entrance exam. We'd get rid of the useless ones in seconds. Let's not go that far, Aizawa-san. Nizu laughed but was sweating profusely. All Might also broke out in a bit of a sweat. But, well, it's Aizawa. Deep down he wasn't even that surprised. There. Midnight pointed to the screen. Look at the M block. That student from the United States? Daichi Sanders, right? Location, Battle Center. A wide grin spread across his face. Another potential foreign student, the son of a Japanese mother who'd moved to the US years ago. It showed in his warm dark skin, in the tight braids pulled back to just below his ears, and in the relaxed posture, characteristic of someone who knows very well who they are. He tightened his fingerless gloves, lowered his head, closed his eyes, took one long breath, and then, exclamation point. A living, pulsing, vibrating heat, blooming under his skin as if his heart had turned into an unstable nuclear reactor. A red aura erupted around Daichi, dense, rippling, feral, crackling like dry wood tossed into a raging bonfire. The surface of his skin began to fracture like ceramic struck by lightning. Thin glowing lines spread across his body, bright as molten metal, spitting red sparks into the air. From those cracks rose luminous particles that evaporated inches above his skin, distorting the space around him like the air itself was melting. But this wasn't fire manipulation, nor heat generation. Not exactly. This was something far worse, and far more dangerous. Name, Daichi Sanders. Quirk, 1 for 1. Description, when Daichi unlocks his ability, his entire body enters a compulsive, uncontrollable state of energy absorption. It is instantaneous. Total. Brutal. He begins to draw in and devour massive amounts of energy, any kind of energy, at a speed no human body should tolerate. And that's why he must constantly release the excess. The red vapor, the furious aura, the glowing cracks. It's all energy being violently expelled by him. If even a single second of that torrent is delayed, if the accumulation reaches even 1% above what his body can handle, he explodes. Not metaphorically. Not symbolically. Literally explodes. A biological bomb unleashing the entirety of his stored power in an instant. Daichi lives on a razor's edge forever at the limit. Always stuck at 10%. The maximum charge his body can withstand without tearing itself apart. But that salary of energy never stops growing. The faucet is always open. Every second adds a new wave of power forcing its way into his muscles, bones, organs, demanding Daichi to expel double, triple, quadruple the last second's output. An eternal race against self-destruction. That's why the pain. That's why the cracks. That's why the steam. Is his body screaming for relief while he refuses to die. If he could slow the absorption, if he could lock the gate again, if he had support, training, supervision, this quirk would transform from a suicidal curse into one of the strongest abilities ever recorded. Which is exactly why Daichi needs Udata more than anyone else on that battlefield. He knows, with absolute certainty, that no other place on the planet could teach him how to survive himself. Everything comes from one. Everything returns to one. That why the name, One for One. Hashtag, location, observation room. It's like a completely unrestrained version of One for All, All Might whispered to Nizu. Indeed. Nizu replied, his eyes gleaming with fascination. In theory, All Might continued, an outside observer might think Daichi has zero control. But that would be a colossal mistake. That young man, even without professional help, without specialized training, without mentorship, he learned on his own to manipulate a power that should have killed him the moment it awakened. Surviving the very first activation was already a miracle. Using it at this level? Remaining conscious while handling a quirk this close to pure energy suicide? We could say, Nizu finished, his voice low but filled with admiration, that this boy is the crystallization of pure human genius. Hashtag, location, battle center. He opened and closed his fist a few times, feeling the tension snap and settle along his knuckles. Not exactly easy, but I think I can keep this up for a few more minutes. Then, he slammed his fist into the ground and sank into a ready stance just as the image of a roaring phoenix ignited behind him, wings spreading in a blaze of red light. All right, let's do this. Fast. A crimson flash tore through the battlefield, and Daichi launched forward like the air itself had failed to hold him back. He dropped to one knee for a split second, just enough to gather momentum, then jumped, a massive arc that hurled him skyward. His arm pulled back like a giant bowstring, primed to unleash the most devastating arrow ever fired. Supernova! Smash! The impact was so violent the sound lagged behind, like reality itself needed a second to catch up. It was as if the entire atmosphere cracked apart into a million invisible shards under the force of the blow. And from those shards, chaos erupted. A shockwave ripped outward in all directions, raw, overwhelming, predatory. The ground across hundreds of meters didn't crack. It lifted, tore upward like a massive sheet being yanked by some colossal hand. Streets buckled and folded. Buildings ripped free from their foundations. Vehicles spun like toys. Robots were flung away before they even knew what hit them. Everything was dragged into the storm of destruction moments before the real explosion swallowed it whole. And the explosion, it was monstrous. A colossal blast that flattened entire blocks as if they were sheets of paper, shaking the whole mock city with a quake so violent it felt like the earth wanted to flip inside out. And through all that chaos, Daichi's score shot upward, a frenzy of points blinking into existence like applause from the battlefield itself. Kirishima's jaw dropped, and then he grinned. Amazing! So manly. I can't fall behind. Hashtag, location, observation room. Impressive. He didn't even touch the ground directly. Location, Battle Center M. No time to waste. A red blur began tearing through everything that had survived the first onslaught, relentless and wild, destruction spilling in every direction as Daichi cut down the remaining robots in a whirlwind of raw force. Location, Observation Room. All Might scan through the monitors. Izuku and Adalai in one battle center. Inukai and Charlotte in another. Okogu and Akin in theirs. Daichi, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Ellen, and the elite recommendation students who would arrive tomorrow, Shudo Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Agatha Tavalis, Himeji Van Vliet, among others. And more important than all of them, strangely, undeniably, was that young man in Battle Center F. This year, we truly have a remarkable collection of future heroes. Perhaps the strongest generation in the last 50 years.